It's irresistible. Got you covered when there's no one at all. Oh yeah, and I stay through the night when you got demons trying to break through the walls. There ain't no kind of line that I wouldn't cross if you need me to. You're out here searching for signs. It's finally time that you
What's up, chat? It's your boy Lumi, and we're back with another one.
whatever demons you're fighting.
We're doing some art.
When you need somebody to turn to, nobody got you the way I do, the way I do. Nobody got you the way I do. Nobody got you the way I do, the way I do. When you go dark and the nights get so cold, I'll be on my way to you. You know I ain't trying to lose you. If you're in hell, I go there too. There ain't no kind of line that I wouldn't cross if you need me to. You're out here searching for signs, so I think it's finally time that you knew. Nobody got you the way I do. Whatever demons you're fighting through, when you need somebody to turn to, nobody got you the way I do, the way I do. Nobody got you
The way I do. Nobody
got you
the way I do.
Nobody got you the way I do. Nobody got you the way I do. Nobody got you the way I do, the way I do. Nobody got you the way I do. I said you better watch what you're doing, cause I ain't gonna stop when I'm moving. I'm headed to the top, I'ma do it. I'm headed to the top, I'ma prove it. And baby girl, I like what you're doing. Your body's out of sight when you're moving. You look just like my type, so let's do it. You know I'll treat you right, let me prove it. And I could go all night, I'm sick of being nothing. All right, I'm gonna be something. I'll fight with every breath, trust me. I'ma be the one at the top, you can't touch me. I need to find somebody like me, who wants to be something. I bleed with every word coming. I would rather die than be someone who's nothing. I'm the type of dude who will not remain nameless. I'm the type of dude who is headed for greatness. I'm the type of dude who could really make changes, cause I'm the type of dude that's becoming contagious. I'm the type of dude that will always be ageless. I'm the type of dude that will always feel shameless. I'm the type of dude that they say is fucking heinous, cause I'm the type of dude that you know is fucking dangerous. take it now, no you're never gonna break me. I'ma stay loud in the face of the hate, see I'ma speak out, take the muzzle off my face, breathe out of my mouth every word that will make me. Never had a doubt of the life that I'm making, never had a doubt of the fight I'll be facing, never had a doubt of the nights I'll be aching. Life is all about having dreams that you're chasing. With me now, I'll leave your ass in the street now, I'll put your ass underneath ground, I'll bury you 6 feet deep now, and you better stay down, get the hell out of my way now, it doesn't matter what you say now, I'm gonna take hold of fate now. I'm the type of dude who will not remain nameless, I'm the type of dude who is headed for greatness, I'm the type of dude who could really make changes, cause I'm the type of dude that's becoming contagious, I'm the type of dude that will always be ageless, I'm the type of dude that will always feel shameless, I'm the type of dude that they say is fucking heinous, cause I'm the type of dude that you know is fucking dangerous.
I feel you crumble in my arms down to your heart of stone. You bled me dry just like the tears you never show. Why don't you take what you want from me? Take what you need from me. Take what you wanna go. Why don't you take what you want from me? Take what you need from me. Take what you wanna go.
I never needed anything from you, and all I ever asked was for the truth. You showed your tongue and it was forked in two. Your venom was lethal, I almost believed you. Yeah, you prayed on my every mistake.
Say it's coming every way, I will drown.
I could play, I was racing away, trying to find my way out, find my way out. And then finally came the day I stopped giving my heart away. For heaven's sake, my bones will break, but you never own my soul. No, I feel you crumble in my arms down to your heart of stone. You bled me dry just like the tears you never show. Why don't you tell you what you want from me? Tell you what you need from me. Tell you what you wanna go. Why don't you tell you what you want from me? Tell you what you need from me. Tell you what you wanna go. I took them stones you threw, made
The secret side of me, I never
Never let you see.
I keep it caged, but I can't control it. So stay away from me. The beast is
It's
ugly.
ugly.
I feel the rage and I
But
just
I
can't
can't
hold
control
it.
it.
It's scratching on the walls, in the closet,
Started in the halls, the wage, and I can't control it. The bed and the body in my hand.
Will somebody come and save
Save
me
me from this naked end.
I feel it deep within. It's just beneath the skin. I must confess that I feel
Feel like a monster.
hate what I've become. The nightmare's just
Begun.
must confess that I feel
Feel like a monster.
I feel like a
Monster. Aye.
like a monster. My secret side I keep hid under
The
lock
lock
and
and
key.
key.
I keep it caged, but I can't control
Control
it.
it.
'Cause if I let 'em
Come out, turn me out, break me down.
will somebody come and save me from this? Make it in. I feel it deep within. It's just beneath the skin. I must confess that I feel like a monster. I hate what I've become. The nightmare's just begun. I must confess that I
Feel like a monster. Aye.
it's just beneath the skin. I must confess that I feel like a monster. I feel like a monster. I feel like a monster. It's hiding in the dark. Its teeth are razor sharp. There's no escape for me. It wants my soul. It wants my heart. No one can hear me scream. Maybe it's just a dream. Maybe it's inside of me. Stop this monster. I feel it deep within. It's just beneath the skin. I must confess that I feel like a monster. I hate what I've become. The nightmare's just begun. I must confess that I feel like a monster. I feel it deep within. It's just beneath the skin. I must confess that I feel like a monster. I gotta lose control. It's something radical. I must confess that I feel like a monster. 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 I feel like a monster.
She shot me, bang,
Bang, bang, she shot me.
She shot me,
She shot me.
bang, bang, she shot me, she shot me, she shot me, bang, bang, she shot me, she shot me, she shot me, bang, bang.
There she goes again, the dope is Ethiopian. In other words, she came through exploding in the podium. Dynamite, Napoleon, like sodium mixed with petroleum. Slowly but surely, she was walking toward me. Cut the convo short, cause she had to wake up early. But continuing the story, don't worry, she gave me digits for her Blackberry. A very handsome is what she said. And the way she looked in my eyes said, put me to bed. Oh my, I should've known what she said to me on the phone. You do not know me very well, but I would never hurt a fly. Then she aimed for my chest with love in her eye. Then she aimed for my chest with love in
She
her
was
eye.
walking around with a loaded shotgun, ready to fire me a hot one. It went bang, 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 straight to my heart. I couldn't walk away, stood my ground and let her spray. She shot me,
She shot me, bang, bang, she shot me, shot me, she shot me, bang, bang, she shot me, she shot me, bang, bang, she shot me.
she shot me, bang, bang.
Scorpion, she's so hot, she's a scorpion. Killing me softly, Lauren or Kevorkian. Couldn't tell if she's cuckoo or corky when asked her her name and she said, call me 10. Testing, testing, things just got more interesting. She's resting, a vesting, double-breasted holster, a very western toaster. She ain't nothing kosher.
big shotgun. Bang, bang. Yeah, but we don't have to be no bad behavior, but I do it in the best way. I'll be the watcher of the eternal flame. I'll be the god dog for your fever dreams. It's in the bottom half of the hourglass. I'll try to picture me without you, but I can't. I feel like I get more recognition when I'm like the algorithms for YouTube and Twitch are basically lazy. Worth having any faith when it's tested again and again every day. My future, all of my future. Bottom half of the hourglass. Try to picture me without you, but I can't. Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
There's a fire all around me. My heart begins to pound. When there's no one left beside me, I do without a doubt. The sweet divine, the flame ignites the call to rise. I think I hear it when the silence breaks around me. I'm awake. When I hear the echo coming, I don't stop running, grab a gun and get ready for war. Screaming like a psycho, ready to fight for the money. Grab a gun and let's settle the score. Ready for war, ready for war,
Ready for war, ready for war.
Can I pull through all the pressure?
found the flame ignites the call to rise. I think I hear it. I think I hear it. When I hear the
The echoes coming and no stop running.
ready for war, screaming like a psycho, ready to fight for the money. Grab a gun and let's settle the score. Ready for war, ready for war, ready for war.
War, ready to go, ready for the time.
If you're a lover, you should know the lonely moments
Sky.
just get lonelier the longer you're in love than if you were alone. Memories turn into daydreams, become a taboo. I don't want to be afraid. The deeper that I go, it takes my breath away. Soft hearts, electric souls, heart to heart and eyes to eyes. Is this taboo?
Let's start coloring the background.
House of memories. Take my picture now, shake it till you see it. And when your fantasies become your legacy, promise me a place in your house of memories. I think of you from time to time, more than I thought I would. You were just too kind, and I was too young to know. That's all that really matters. I was a fool. Baby, we built this house on
Memories.
Take my picture now, shake it till you see it. And when you're
There's reference.
your legacy, promise me a place in your house of memories. Those thoughts of past lovers, they'll always haunt me. I wish I could believe you.
Okay, then the buildings. It's gonna be sky. Rain.
I remember you. Baby, we built this house on memories.
Some like a warmer color.
Now, shake it till you see it. And when you're
The closer they are, the warmer they're gonna be. And I'll cool them down as they go back. So I'll probably make them like a orangey gray. I'll probably put a texture of gray over it. I'll make these like a different. Reddish. Maybe I should make this a reddish. That more of an orange.
Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause 'cause I know you got me fucked up. Let me show you what's up, 'cause enough is enough.
I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll play it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I'll fucking take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue.
Far this one
Come
is.
at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll play it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now
It's
you
gonna
go
be a
wish you
yellow.
would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back.
Green.
Falling too fast to prepare for this. Tripping in the world could be dangerous. Everybody circling as vultures. Negative, nepotist. Everybody waiting for the fall of man. Everybody praying for the end of times. Everybody hoping they could be the one. I was born to run, I was born for this. Whip, whip, run me like a racehorse. Pull me like a ripcord. Break me down and build me up. I wanna be the slip, slip. Word upon your lip, lip. Rather that you rip, rip. Break me down and build me up. Whatever it takes. 'Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes. 'Cause I love how it feels when I break the chains. Whatever it takes. Yeah, take me to the top. I'm ready for whatever it takes. 'Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do what it takes. Always had a fear of being typical. Looking at my body feeling miserable. Always hanging on to the visual. I wanna be invisible. Looking at my years like I'm out of dumb. Everybody needs to be a part of them. Never be enough, I'm the prodigal son. I was born to run, I was born for this. Whip, whip, run me like a racehorse. Pull me like a ripcord. Break me down and build me up. I wanna be the slip, slip. Word upon your lip, lip. Rather that you rip, rip. Break me down and build me up. Whatever it takes. 'Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes. 'Cause I love how it feels when I break the chains. Whatever it takes. Yeah, take me to the top. I'm ready for whatever it takes. 'Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do what it takes. Hypocritical, egotistical. Don't wanna be the parenthetical, hypothetical. Working onto something that I'm proud of. Out of the box, an epoxy to the world and the vision we've lost. I'm an apostrophe. I'm just a symbol to remind you that there's more to see. I'm just a product of the system of catastrophe, and yet a masterpiece. And yet I'm half diseased, and when I am deceased, at least I go down to the grave and die happily, and leave the body of my soul to be a part of it. I do what it takes. Whatever it takes. 'Cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever I've got fire for a heart. I'm not
Not
scared
of the dark.
You've never
And
seen
it looks so easy.
I got a river
Reason
for
for
a
the soul.
and
Baby, you're a bow. Baby, you're my only reason. Have you nothing left? Shall up a man who never be his best. Taught me how to be someone, yeah. No one else was ever behind me. All these nights couldn't find me. No love, nobody can drag me down. Nobody can drag me down. Nobody can drag me down. Terror of the dark, you've never seen it look so easy. Easy for the soul, baby you're my bow, baby you're my only reason. Have you nothing left? Shell of a man who can never be his best. How you never see the sun? Taught me how to be someone, yeah. Else was ever behind me. All these nights you can't find me. No, nobody can drag me down. Nobody can drag me down. Nobody can drag me by me. No one else was ever behind me. Didn't find me. No love, nobody can drag me down. Behind me. No love, nobody can drag me down.
Troublemaker. You ain't nothing but a troublemaker, girl. You had
Got me up against just a minute you sat down.
the way you bite your lip.
Ran and the hands and around.
After a drink or two, I was putty in your hands. I
Don't know if I had the chance to say, oh, troublemaker, yeah, that's your middle name. I know you know good, but you're stuck in my brain. And I wanna go, why does it feel so good, but hurt so bad? My mind keeps saying, run as fast as you can. Saying you're fooling me, then throw me back. Say you're giving me a heart attack, troublemaker. You're always there to tell us of my mind. Your silhouette every time I close my eyes. After the treasure in those fingertips of yours, don't you grabbing back again for more. Troublemaker, yeah, that's your middle name. I know you know good, but you're stuck in my brain. My mind keeps saying, run as fast as you can. You're moving me to pull me back. I say you're giving me a heart attack, troublemaker. Feels so good, but hurts so bad. Now he's saying, run as fast as you can. Be back. Giving me a heart attack, troublemaker. You're insane.
change, but you know just how to work
Work that work and name.
the hell you do, I won't
Remember.
be gone until November.
Remember.
Show up again next summer.
Summer, yeah.
You're like a glove, girl, I'm sick of the drama. You're a troublemaker, but damn girl, it's like I love the trouble, and I can't even explain why. Why does it feel so
So good, that hurts so bad. Saying you're run as fast as you can. Yeah, you give me a heart attack, troublemaker. Feels so good, that hurts so bad. Run as fast as you can. To bring me back. Giving me a heart attack, troublemaker.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret.
Maybe I'll start small.
Fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things
Breathy
I
ball.
won't forget.
Ugh.
Use them all to push me to
Ugh.
my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown.
I'm gonna look at buildings. Go stare at buildings.
Scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me make it, they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared I walk a straight path. Not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out.
Maybe I should grayscale it.
I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
I might try to do something like that. It looks cool. I might restart the background, dude. I'm gonna restart the background.
Why do all the monsters come out at night? Why do we sleep when we want to hide? Why do I run back to you like I don't mind if you fuck I don't care who I might hurt along the way. I'm fucking sinking into every word. I don't care if you're lying when I'm drinking. So tell me pretty lies, look me in my face. Tell me that you love me, even if it's fake. And you can leave me on and leave these questions in my sheets. I'm under it. I made my bed and I'm still wondering. I'm wondering why do all the monsters come out at night? Why do we sleep when we want to hide? Why do I run back to you like I don't mind if you fuck up my life? Why am I a sucker for all your lies? Strung out like laundry on every line. Why do I come back to you like I don't mind if you fuck up my life? Thinking about you, you're in my head. Even without you, I still feel dead. Why do I run back to you like I don't mind if you fuck up my life? Dead, thinking about you, you're in my head. Even without you, I still feel dead. Why do I run back to you like I don't mind if you fuck up my life? I'm wondering why do all the monsters come out at night?
Making some sort of grid. Okay, so he uses a grid? I'm watching a video of David Finch, by the way. If you guys are curious. I guess I could put a pop out here. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Turn off this music, and then I'm gonna put property. No, that's not what I want. Properties. It's opera for now. And then yeah, we'll be listening to this real quick. I guess I could put like a lo-fi on. I don't know, Spirited Away made lo-fi. Okay, let's go with that. Background, and then yeah, I'm just gonna follow what this guy's doing. So I'm gonna have to make a grid for starters. Also, this background has to be blue, not. To resemble the sky. Hold on. Let me get a picture of the sky. Oh, it's a gradient. Okay. More of a gradient than anything. Now that I look at it. Like, depending on where the sun is angled, it has like a gradient on it. So, it gets darker on the side. Okay, so I'll put like a gradient on here then. Oh, nice. There's actually one called Midday Sky. Actually, we'll go this way. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And the sun's up here. And then... I don't know why this purple is here. Like, I can't move it at all. Oh, there we go. Oh. Now you make a grid. Where's the grid button? No. Yo. Just one of the rulers. Red ruler bar. Grid. There we go. Okay, divisions. Damn, I don't know what to do for the divisions. Okay. I think this is good. Yeah. So. Using this whole thing, using this, it's gonna be a bit different than Angus. Where should I put that horizon?
Without having to worry about where my perspective is. Now, it is possible, and I've seen artists do this very effectively, to just draw without drawing in any of that perspective at all, and they just eyeball it. That is not a skill that I have, and it's a skill that you may develop, and it's highly likely that you will. You're not me, but I would say when you're starting, if you want it to be right, I would highly recommend that you use a grid like this. This is something I learned pretty early on when I was drawing, because I saw these perspective books and they would show how perspective works and how buildings or anything that you're putting into perspective would work in perspective, but they wouldn't really show an efficient method for using it for creating a picture. And I wanted to be able to create a picture out of my head, so it's important to me to be able to just put buildings and things wherever I want inside of that picture. So now I'm going ahead and drawing some buildings on the other side. I'm just sketching these in just for placement, and again, I want them to be fairly descriptive of what I'm finally going to put into the finished picture, because I want as little guesswork as I can get once I'm actually drawing in detail. It's much harder to erase, and it's much harder also for me to see larger shapes when I'm working that way, because I'm really concentrating on the details. So the whole idea is to work out your, just like a figure, you want to work out your broad shapes, make sure that everything's working and you're happy with it, and once you are, then getting your finished detail on top of it is much more effective and easy and really relaxing. This is a time-consuming process for me to do. It's something that takes me, actually, frankly, especially with a background like this, quite a bit longer than drawing figures, but I can really just relax and enjoy some music and just have fun with the process. It's really enjoyable, I think, once you really kind of get the hang of it. So what I'm doing now is I'm just using my basic guidelines, which are very difficult to see, I think, on the screen, but it's easy enough for me to see. And in the finished picture, it doesn't interfere with the actual art, and that's the idea. I want something that's in there that will guide what I ultimately draw, but won't fight with it and create a mess underneath and make a messy looking picture. So I'm going ahead, I got in a couple of windows. I'm doing a couple of dormer windows on the top of this building here, and I've drawn in the first window, and then the second window I tried to make sure to line up with it, and it's wider also because it's closer. Get the roof on there. I'm lining it up with the
I don't have the diagonal
roof of the building, and I'm making sure, something that's very, very important, and hopefully it's clear with what I'm drawing here, but that window actually has dimension. All of the pieces that make up the sill and the different parts of the window are like long, I want to say rectangles. They're not rectangles, they're dimensional, like cubes, but elongated. And so they need to be drawn dimensionally. If they're drawn flat, you end up with very flat looking buildings. And so I'm drawing in some detail for my, I guess it would be like a metal roof. I've already kind of come off angle there. I'm going to fix that. And this is why I don't put in shadow. I just get my lines working and get the overall cartoon working for this picture. This is going to take quite a while to get this in, but it allows me to make those kinds of mistakes and then fix it. So I'm trying to really make sure, without using a ruler, the idea of this, as much as I possibly can, and there are a couple of places where I bring out a ruler for really long lines when I'm having trouble getting an even line, but I don't want to be using a ruler and doing the kinds of things that really slow me down. So I've got the top of the roof drawn in. I'm lining up the lines of my roof, of the metal roof, with what I have below the windows to make sure that it matches. And I'm going to give it a little bit of detailing on top. This is just going to be like a little decorative railing. Goes on top of the roof. this is my foreground building. So I want it to be fairly detailed. I don't want it to draw too much attention, but I don't want it to be empty and characterless. So I always put a little bit more thought into what I have in the foreground. Unless there are times, especially on a deadline, this is a building that I would just do in silhouette. And I might even make it quite a bit bigger. I could take up a good portion of the panel, and that's a trick that is actually very effective. Compositionally, it can really work if you plan a black shape in there well. But for this one, I don't want to take those kinds of cheats as much as possible because I really want to show you how to do it right and how to get all of that detail in and to do the work that it takes to get a very, very detailed, believable environment in. And so for reference, I'm not using anything right now, but I have looked at some architecture photographs, and that's been helpful. But really, most of my reference is other artists, truthfully. I'm a huge fan of Mike Mignola's buildings. I think he did some beautiful stuff in Gotham by Gaslight. I've said that quite a few times. He's got just some really incredible, interesting building designs. And I've taken from that quite a bit and just use it for my own designs. I also think 100 Bullets by Eduardo Rizzo is a great book to look at for architecture. Also, it's a great book for looking at how to compose with black shapes. I think he's better than anyone at that. He's absolutely incredible. So I'm drawing these windows in a bit of an assembly line kind of fashion. I want to get them all working, making sure that they're the same size. So I'm not drawing the entire window all at once. I'm drawing each window a little bit at a time and making sure that they are lined up with each other in perspective, horizontally and vertically. And because they're really not receding in perspective, they're pointed directly at us. Once I've got the building or the windows in, I'm getting some detail drawn in around them. And this is just really layering in detail to make my backgrounds look more believable. Ultimately, when it comes to lighting, I'll be able to use all of that to put in thinner and thicker lines and use some negative space drawing somewhat because I've got the lines drawn in. But it gives me a framework to go from when I get that detail in. Now I'm drawing the part of the building that's receding away from us in perspective, and hopefully you notice that it's actually very, very thin. It's a problem that I see quite a bit looking at people's artwork, is they will draw the receding portion of a building very, very deep and not draw the windows narrow, and it ends up looking like a building that just goes endlessly into the distance, and it looks badly out of perspective, but it's something that is correct. The perspective is right, but it's just way too deep, and so it looks wrong. And unfortunately, I don't know, and I've not seen a rule that makes that very, very easy to figure, because I could make that building as wide as I want. So it's something you really kind of need to be aware of and to eyeball, and probably, certainly when you're starting, go thinner than you think. I went ahead, once I got those windows drawn in, I just drew the other ones in and skipped through, because this is such a detailed drawing. It's a considerable amount of time. I wanted to make sure that this video wasn't hours long. So I'm trying to get in the detail and then skip where I'm just reproducing what I had already done. And for the foreground building, with no lighting, it's a little difficult to see, but I've got a couple of chimneys on top of it, and they're arranged to kind of give that an overall shape. I want it to have a shape that's pleasing in the foreground, and then I want to make sure that the buildings behind it also form a compositional shape. So at this point, I'm not worrying about lighting and separating my buildings with light, but what I am doing is making sure that I'm not just randomly layering buildings in, I'm trying to arrange them in a pleasing way. So I'll have some larger buildings and some smaller, and some different heights, and layer them back. And it's something some artists, Mike Mignola, for instance, is absolutely phenomenal at, and I would highly recommend you take a look at some of the work that he did, especially in Gotham by Gaslight, to get a sense of how that can be done very, very effectively. It's unfortunately another thing that, not in a way that I'm aware of, a completely teachable thing. It's something that you need to get a bit of a feel for. And so I'm getting the detail drawn in. The windows on the side of the building that are receding are so narrow that they're almost just lines. And I'm going to put a sign on that building, just to give it a little bit of additional kind of detail and some interest. I want to make my city scene here look lived in and like a real place where things are actually happening. So having things like signs, things like downspouts and antennas and air conditioners in windows, which I didn't actually do here. Maybe I should have, but those kinds of things can really lend a believability. Now I'm drawing an awning. We're getting close to the ground level here underneath those signs, so I decided to put an awning under that building there, and it also kind of helps finish out the overall shape of those buildings as a compositional element. I'm going to go ahead and draw a building in behind. This is a much smaller building. Another thing that unfortunately takes a little bit of interpretation is your sizing. When you go further back into the picture, obviously things get smaller, and that's something that you need to eyeball. You need to make sure that you're not drawing larger windows in the background than you're drawing in the foreground. You need to make sure that your bricks get smaller and they're proportional to the kind of building in the kind of space that you're drawing. So now I'm just blocking in my overall shapes for where I'm going to put my windows, some ledges, and here are my windows drawn in, and you can see they're quite a bit smaller than the building in front. There can be a bit of a wiggle room because some buildings have larger windows and some buildings have smaller, so it's something where you can actually have some discretion and get away with it, but it's also very easy to break your illusion when the sizing gets a little out of control. So you really want to be as aware of it as you possibly can. I'm going to put a little more detail on top of this building. I love elements on top of buildings just because a building can be a little flat on top and compositionally not really quite as pleasing. So if I put in a water tower or antennas or chimneys, those kinds of things, it makes it look more believable and lived in, and it also gives me something that I can create some interesting shapes on top of the buildings with. Now in the background here, this is something I really like to do. I prefer older classic buildings. I think they're so much more interesting to look at, but cities nowadays are obviously much more modern, so it's nice to, rest the camera down in an older section of the city, and then in the background you see the newer downtown, and so I'm drawing in some much more modern futuristic buildings in the background. They are also much, much easier to draw. So it's always nice once I get to the back of the picture and I can just throw in some quick buildings in more of a modern style. Now I'm drawing in a ledge for a building on the opposite side of the street, and this is pretty close to us, so I'm going pretty large with it. And hopefully you can see the shapes that I'm drawing there. They are not just lines. I'm trying to draw in perspective actual 3D shapes, like blocks fitting together. And once you get comfortable with perspective and you get comfortable with drawing with a grid, which is a great aid, they become very easy to think about that way. But it's something that you kind of need to train yourself to get used to. Really, it's like drawing a cube in perspective. You're just doing that everywhere. I'm drawing the top ledge of the building, and now I'm thinking to myself, okay, I've got a whole lot of room to cover here. So instead of using what I had in my sketch, I've decided to make this building quite a bit larger, and it extends all the way to the top, and that's going to save me a huge amount of time. And also, I think compositionally, it gives me a little more interest. I don't want to have a bunch of buildings that are all relatively mid-ground and relatively the same size. I want to have some large buildings, some smaller buildings, and really change it up and keep it more visually dynamic. So I think it's actually more effective this way, with the added bonus of it being easier. And I'll always take that if I can get it. And so I'm just drawing in some brick detail. I'm not measuring those. It's just eyeballed, but I'm trying to be as aware of it as I possibly can to make sure that they don't, some aren't super wide and some are super narrow. And as I go across, you can see me kind of lining up with my pencil. I want to make sure that these line up as much as I can. I don't worry about it a huge amount, but I want to make sure that they line up with the bricks. They're like a large, I guess, stonework pieces on the other side of that window. If you don't do that, it can look a little bit disjointed. And I'm taking a piece of paper. This is a question actually I get asked all the time. How do I manage to not smudge my pencil? Well, Generally speaking, I try and start at the right hand of a picture and move left. That helps. I didn't do that here, and when I end up lighting this, I actually don't do that there either. And sometimes just, you know, comfort level where I feel more comfortable starting trumps, you know, other factors like smudging. So I just take a piece of paper and it works pretty effectively.
I feel like it's not following.
So I've got my foreground building done. I want to make sure that those buildings actually have a visual dimension and they aren't just flat. So I'm just erasing out a bit and drawing in the outer shape of those blocks. Makes things look more believable. It's like a video game. The older video games would have stone or different elements, and the profile would just be completely flat because they didn't have the ability, the processing power to be able to do the kind of complex models that would be shaped on the sides. Well, with a pencil, we have that ability. Obviously, you don't have to worry about processing power, so you want to make sure that your profiles are interesting and not just flat ruled shapes. And this is why, apart from just expediency, I also think not using a ruler, drawing all these shapes in, it makes it look much more organic. And because I'm actually putting in proper perspective, things line up the way that they should, and it's done classically properly, it still holds together, but it gives it more of a lived-in organic feel. And ideally for me, I want it to be a city that you can look at and say, you know what, I could imagine being there. And backgrounds are so much more work than figures, but ideally backgrounds, what they do, even if a reader isn't really aware when they're looking at a picture because they just see that cool shot of Wolverine or that cool shot of Batman, the city that they're in and the background that they're in gives them their context and makes it feel real. And I think skimping on backgrounds really, really hurts a story, and it really hurts the immersion. So I'm willing to take the time that it takes to absolutely make sure that that is there. Now, these chimneys, based on, if you look at the windows and the front of the building and the size of the chimneys are actually enormous. And the truth is, I really wasn't thinking when I put them in. I made them too big. And I thought, you know what, maybe I should erase them. And I thought if I put the bricks that are on them if I make them very small, then it'll still hold together and it'll look like it all fits as one piece. So they're just huge chimneys, but they're huge chimneys that fit because the bricks are the same size and they're proportional to the rest of the building. If I had made those bricks enormous in comparison to those windows, it wouldn't have held together at all. I'm going to put another building in here. This building, the side of the building, I'm going to keep relatively open. I'm going to put a big placard on it, like an advertisement. That's a trick that I absolutely love because, first of all, it's much more work to draw in windows all down the side of that building. But second of all, I've already got that on the other side of the picture, and doing that too much can start to close a picture in. You really want to detail as much as you can and make it, put as much work into your picture as you can, but you still have to be somewhat circumspect about the detail that you put in, because if it's just everywhere, it just disappears into a cloud and nothing really stands out. You need places that are detailed to catch your eye, and then you need places that are open to rest your eye. And it's an interplay of that gives you a pleasing composition. At least it's one of the major elements that gives you a pleasing composition. And so I'm finishing out the buildings in the background, just getting my overall composition kind of completed. And for the most part, I've got my buildings blocked in. I can see that I've kind of come off angle on some of those little lines there. I'm going to fix it a little bit. As I'm drawing this, I don't want to move the paper because I want it to be as easy to follow as possible. So I'm having to really reach my hand around it, and sometimes it's kind of affecting the lines. So apologies for that. And I really want to make sure to change up the size of the shapes that I'm using on those buildings too. I've got some bigger windows on the right side of the front building there, some smaller windows in the background. I'm using different shapes. Even though they're modern buildings and so they're more streamlined, they still have to have character. And hopefully you notice that they're all composed into a cohesive whole. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. This video is all about drawing legs. We're going to start with a basic gesture drawing form, work in our anatomy, tighten things up, add our lighting, and then bring things all the way to a finish. And then we're going to do a couple of examples just to show you a few different angles. I'm David Finch, and I've been a comic book artist for over 25 years. If you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe. And if you have any comments, please leave them below. And if you have any questions about my tools, take a look in the description below. All right, I wanted to go ahead and start and show how I connect my legs to my pelvis. And so for my pelvis, I'm drawing a simple underwear shape essentially. Alright, this is the first video I've done in quite a while, and I really wanted to start with something that I would just really enjoy drawing. So, I wanted to draw like a crazy, monstrous clown. I enjoy drawing darker characters, and it's really where my heart is. I love drawing comics. I love drawing all the heroes and Superman and beautiful women and just every type of person there is, but my heart is always in drawing the darker, crazier characters. I don't know what that says about me, but just the way it is. And actually, I think I really should start with something that's a bit more of a standard Loomis head. So I've got even divisions. This is a little high. This will be my division for a brow. This will be my division for my eyebrows, my nose, and my chin. My jawline sketched in. This will be about where I put my ear. Now this Loomis head it's a little modified. It's just what I've kind of been comfortable with over the years. I've worked with the Loomis head more recently because I find I end up having to adjust the proportions a little less than the How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way head. That's John Buscema, who's a phenomenal artist and a phenomenal teacher, and probably the greatest How to Draw Comics book I think that's ever been produced, and is really the foundation for everything that I know. But the Loomis head just works a little better for me, so this is a bit of a version that I've kind of shorthanded over the years. And so this is a head that really could be Superman or any character. And in order to make this really monstrous, I'm just going to start sketching in the features and the broader shapes of the face. And you'll see how that kind of alters as I draw. Maybe it'd be a more economical for me to draw a base facial shape that's more appropriate for the kind of character that I'm drawing. But I find just going with my standard shape and then adjusting as I go, it just works for me. And it's what I'm so used to, just using a base shape and then making adjustments. So I want to give him a clown nose because drawing a crazy clown is something I don't think I've ever actually done professionally, and I just thought it'd be a lot of fun. I actually started, and I'll post them. Oh, I'll post it. It's one video I did of how to draw eyes, and I thought, that'd be a great video. This is something that has a lot of appeal, and maybe a lot of people would get something out of it. And I think it was a terrible video. I just was so not feeling it. It wasn't fun for me to do. I didn't really feel like I had anything to say that was really useful that hasn't been said a million times before, and I was trying to keep it so broad that I don't think it was really all that informative. So I do want to do a how to draw eyes video at some point, and I will, but I want it to be much more structural and foundational than what I was doing. So it's transferable to drawing eyes from all kinds of different angles and really understanding what it is that makes eyes look real and dimensional from different angles, rather than just drawing, one eye, here we go, there's an eye, and here's the eyebrow, and going from there. I'm not feeling it at all. So already I'm having a lot more fun with this. It is not looking like a whole lot yet, because it's just a base sketch, but what I'm doing is just roughing in my broad shapes, making sure everything's kind of there. Give them an ear. Another video that I'll have to do at some point, how to draw ears quickly and easily, and getting used to how the forms interlock with each other. But for now, there's my ear. Give him a big crazy grin, kind of like with Joker. Maybe I'll give him a little drool. And I know I'm gonna end up drawing some lanky, sparse kind of hair. It'll just be kind of fun. All right, so from here, I've got enough that I'm gonna use my kneaded eraser, lighten this down so I can see what I'm doing. Hopefully it shows up. I think I can still see it on the screen as I look up. So I can see what I'm doing, but it doesn't interfere with the final drawing. And the next stage that I always go to every single drawing is for my pencil. And I like to draw, I always call it just basically a cartoon. I don't really know if there's a better, I'm sure there's probably a much better term for it, but what I want to do here is get everything drawn in tightly, but without any kind of line weight, just to define all my shapes. And then I can hang my shadow and line weights and ultimately rendering on top of this, and it has a good structural base to work from, rather than trying to get all that stuff in before I really have enough to give it a framework. I think that drawing in a loose gestural drawing and then going in and getting things defined like this is what makes a difference between a drawing that looks like it structurally is sound and something that, you know, might have some cool details to it and be kind of interesting to look at in some ways, but just doesn't really structurally hold together. Drawing some wrinkles for his nose. I find the best way that I've had to learn how to draw all the wrinkles and everything around the nose and the brow is a mixture of looking in the mirror and just, you know, grimacing and frowning. But also, there's some great artists that do it so well, and learning from how some of the best do it, and using some of the detail that they've come up with and the way that they define it. It's really, truthfully, how I learned. I think the best artist at drawing this sort of thing that I've ever seen is Glenn Fabry. He does unbelievable facial folds and little details. And I've stolen from him that kind of thing many times over the years. And I think as long as you're drawing your own drawing, picking up details and things from other artists, it's the fastest way to grow. It's the best way to improve your work effectively, because what you're doing is you're taking the best things that other artists do and you're incorporating it in your own work. And there are so many years of history of great artists taking in life there are no lines, and really in life there are no paint colors, and it's all an interpretation. Everything with art is an interpretation of life, so or an imagination. I mean, this is much more imaginative than just a straight interpretation, but in order to interpret it the most effectively, it seems crazy to me to not take advantage of so many years of great innovations from different artists. I want his teeth to be kind of crooked and messed up, so maybe I'll go a little longer with this one, angle that one in, pop that one out a little bit, just have some fun with it.
What's up, then?
Give him a little tooth here. At this point now, he's got too many teeth there. I don't even care. Not supposed to look real, it's just supposed to be fun. Bottom teeth in.
This as quick as possible, actually.
I like to define
Come back later.
shapes of my teeth with triangles connecting like this, and then it gives me a place to actually put the teeth so they angle in. Also, the I don't know that this is necessarily correct or what, but I like it when the top teeth angle in toward the center, and the bottom teeth do the same the other way. It just seems to have a more pleasing look. And his bottom teeth aren't really all that raggedy. I'm gonna have to play with that a little bit. Drop his lip down here. I think I've really defined that fold very well. I have a real tendency nowadays to just draw directly with ink. I'll draw my basic outline the way that I did to start, and then I go right in with ink. And when I have a problem like that, I just use whiteout. I actually had an artist, Mark Silvestri, actually showed me some pens that he had found that are incredible for whiteout. Actually, now, so there are a range of these. This is a Posca Uni. Anyway, there are 3 different sizes that I found. I've found these actually in a pack, so I got all 3 sizes at once. This is a thicker one, and there's a thinner one, and then there's one that has a real point to it. You shake them, it's got a little ball in there, and the great thing about them is that you can ink on top of them with any kind of ink, and it doesn't pick it back up, as opposed to some of the other types that I've found. Trying to ink on top of them, it picks up the whiteout, and I really can only effectively ink on them with a brush. And I'm terrible with a brush, so it's not really the best solution for me. That ear sucks. The reason I say that, it's very normal. I wanted to do something a little crazy, and I think because I'm talking, I'm kind of forgetting what I'm doing. There we go. Flare it out just a little bit more. Maybe I'll take a chunk out of it too. Been through some times. These lines from the eyes are going to radiate upward over the brow and then downward over the cheek. But they all kind of come from this point. It's almost like folds in clothing. And it really should be, because they are folds. They're just folds in your skin.
Kind of making these.
I have a big muscular neck. I want it to look like somebody you really wouldn't want to run into. And I'm also gonna bring down the size of his skull, and you can see how far I've come from my initial framework. And I do that a lot, but I think I have a few tendencies. When I draw backgrounds, I really like having a perspective grid. Even if I'm not really using it, it just gives me a place to kind of start and eliminate a blank page and give me a place to kind of visualize. So I do the same thing with my underdrawing, even if it's not something that I ultimately really use, and it's probably a little confusing to watch and think, you know, how did I start with that and end up with something totally different, and what was the point? Well, I don't know that there's really a good answer for that, other than that it's just the way that I feel comfortable working. And I want to give him a really craggy neck too, a lot of folds and detail, and because he's a villain, I don't have to keep this really clean and nice looking and heroic. I can just be grungy and messy and ugly with it. Why? Characters like this are so much fun. So I'm gonna start sketching in some of his hair. For the hair, it's best to think of it in terms of an overall shape, and then worry about more the individual hairs from there. And you really don't think in terms of individual hairs as much as it's like a series of interconnecting flowing lines. And I really think the only way to really get comfortable with it that I know is to just look at artists that do it really well and copy it until you're comfortable with it yourself. Like so many things that I learned how to do, I learned in a studio with other artists, and we would just pick up from each other. And if it really worked visually, then it was good and it was right. And if it didn't work visually, it's not right. And I really think that the point of art, the kind of art that I do, and really I think the point of any kind of art is for it to be entertaining and visually pleasing to look at. And I think that's more important by far than any kind of real accuracy anatomically. Now, if I'm looking at this and the top of his head, I wanted it to be small. I think I got a little carried away. It actually looks misproportioned.
So this is gonna be the jet out.
And I think because I'm recording this and it's just been so long since I've done something like this, this is gonna be a bit of a mess. Hopefully I'll be able to get it all worked out before we're finished, but you're gonna watch me struggle with this, and hopefully that won't continue as I do more of these videos and I get a little more comfortable again. It's just been so long. All right. So now what I have here is the camera a little bit so I can my base drawing. I think he's looking a little off here. Now it's funny, I tend to pick up my page and look at it actually just in the light to see it in reverse, and that is pretty effective. But as I'm doing this, I can see what I'm doing on a screen, and that's pretty much just as effective. It's a real different view on this. So I'm looking up and I'm going, oh no, it's looking off. Fixing as I go. All right. So I've got it basically defined, about as close as it needs to be. Now from here, I'm going to start refining my lines. It's a bit of a mess right now still. It's all right. I like being quicker and more gestural, even at this stage, just because I think if I really slow down and try and make every line perfect, I end up losing a lot of bounce and dynamism in the picture. His pupils. And I'm gonna give this 2 light sources. Basically, I'm gonna have my main light source that's gonna come down from up here, and then just a little kicker light, draw a proper arrow coming from here. And so with lighting, it's actually a very simple thing. Everything, and I'm gonna do this right here. If I draw a sphere and the light's coming from here, then this portion here where the light is hitting is going to be light, obviously, and the portion where the light is not hitting is going to be dark. And it's actually so simple when you think about it like this. It's a very easy thing. Where it gets complex for people is when you have multiple shapes together and you light it. I'm gonna make this dark here and this dark here, be dark over here, this will be dark here, but they also cast shadow onto each other. So this will cast down to here, cast this one here, and all of that has to fit together into a cohesive whole, bearing in mind that you're not going to put any light or any shadow where the light is, or in any light where the shadow is. And it's very simple, but it's also very easy to break if you're really not thinking about it. Okay, so I'm going to light his nose. I don't want it to just be a simple broad shadow shape. I want to give it a little bit of grunge and detail. I find something I really like to do, if I draw like a bit of a curvy line, I know where my light's coming from, so where it's angling away from the light the most, I just give it a little line weight, and that makes it look like it's kind of lit. And I also find when I'm drawing, when I first start lighting and I first start putting in my detail, it can really look disjointed to me and be a little off-putting until I start to get more of it in, and it starts to coalesce into something that makes sense. And it's the same with rendering. A few render lines on something that has no rendering at all can be little, it looks wrong, and it looks like it's not working, and you kind of have to go with it a bit, start to see how it's all together for you. I'm just drawing this one. The other eye, I'm really going to explain exactly how I'm putting those shapes in and why I'm putting them in the way they're going. I realize as I'm doing this, I'm not saying, and it was actually an important part for me to want to do this this drawing, is to explain some of that stuff. But for now, let me just get this blocked in. This is an overall shape that's similar to this, facing away from the light. The light's going to be here, the shadow's going to be here, and I've got another light coming the other side. So just making sure get that defined. Shadow for his jowl. Give him a cast shadow from his nose. Down over his lip here. Cast shadow from the upper lip over the lower lip. He should be pretty pooled in shadow in under his eyebrow. And a lot of times what I'll do too is I'll start defining shadows where I feel really comfortable. Okay, it's going to be good in shadow there. I'll put something in, and it's not even necessarily my final shape. I'll add to it or even take away from it. Now, this shape under his eye comes away from the light here, and it comes toward the light here, and it is it rounds just like his nose. So I'm going to go nice and dark here, away from the light. You can see I'm just adding that to the shadow that was already there. This is, now I don't know any of the names of anything on a body. It's just never really been necessary for drawing. Unfortunately, it is probably a little more necessary for explaining, but inside your eye you've got that little inner piece right here, so I'm just leaving that open for now. I might end up closing it in, but for now it's there. And I want to give him a lot of wrinkles and shadows underneath his eye, on his lower eyelid. So I'm going to draw a line across and then draw some wrinkles intersecting with it and let them come out the other side, and it looks like nice intersecting wrinkles. And it's just using connecting shadows, get that across. And if you just draw little blocky shadow shapes that can start looking like they're not really defining anything, it's important to think of the overall wrinkle, like this line here, and then connect up into it and through it. And it's, to me, looking like very similarly sized shapes, so I'm going to make this quite a bit thicker. That's something I think you get a feel for as you go along. But when it's not working and it's looking like you've just got something that's looking really uniform and maybe a little static, knowing how to diagnose that is very, very important. And so making this much thicker because it's further away, so it would cast a little more shadow, be a little further from the light, not only gets that across, but it also breaks up just how uniform some of those lines were. Now this over his eye here, his upper lid, I'm going to put a nice thick shadow here because there's a ridge there, and it's also really coming away from the light. So get that defined in there. My pencil. Give him a shadow under this crease from his nose. And this, I want to have quite a bit of shadow in here. Start slapping that in. Also, I think it's important when it's a drawing like this, or really any kind of drawing for me, I don't like to just use curves. Or, you know, I've actually gone through periods where I've tried to not use curves at all, but I find that can look a little bit stiff or a little rigid. It might not be the best word. It starts to look not organic, I think is what I'm trying to say. But I like to use, instead of just a curved line, I think it's a lot more fun to draw a line, maybe put a little hook in it, give it a little bit of shape, and it just makes it look much more dynamic and fast and a little harder. And I do that a lot. So here I've got a hard shape coming out of there, like a hard point, instead of just a curved line, and it's much more interesting to look at. And there's really probably no, and I'm doing it here too, I've gotten so comfortable just how I draw that I can't help it, and I don't really think about it. And actually a real bonus for me, I'm gonna shadow here pretty heavily, get that kind of working. A real bonus for me of doing videos like this is it actually makes me think about what I'm doing, and it's been a while since I've done this, so pretty rusty. I've gotten into a habit of just working and really not overly thinking the decisions that I'm making. I've got a line radiating out here. I don't want to just go with a big curved line, so I'm going to give it a little bit of a shape here, maybe a little bit more here. Still want to continue with the shadow here, and this is where again I don't worry about getting that whole shadow shape in all at once. I'm worried about getting it in the specific spot that I'm thinking about at the time, and then I can extend it and keep moving.
So I did this once.
And I think I'm going to make these dark, and the reason I'm going to do this instead of opening them up is his upper lip would be casting a bit of a heavier shadow. I don't shadow teeth. I never do. I've tried. It always seems to just end up bogging down a picture, and I find I love a lot of detail and a lot of rendering and making a big mess of things, but there are places where it can be really effective and there are places where it can't. And learning that, unfortunately, it's a mixture of looking at artists and seeing the decisions that they've made and emulating that, and then also just making the mistake and rendering out an area or shadowing an area that ends up looking wrong. And if it does, well, if it looks wrong, as far as I'm concerned, it's wrong. I find tangents in art are very much like that. I mean, there are tangents all over in life, so it's not inaccurate to have a tangent, but art really isn't just an accurate representation of life. It's not supposed to be. Even art that is intended to be as accurate an interpretation as possible, it's always a mistake to have a tangent. And if you're not familiar, a tangent is just when you have one shape. Let's say I'm gonna draw an arm here. There we go, there's an arm. Then I'm going to draw another person, and he's going to be standing right here, and his arm is right here. And they look like they're attached to each other, and that can absolutely happen in life. People are standing one right beside each other, and they touch like that, but in artwork, you can see just, I mean, hopefully that's actually making some kind of actual sense. There's one guy's head and the other guy's head. You can see it looks very awkward. Whereas if I was to erase this guy here, put him behind the other guy, now it looks like they make sense together. So let's get rid of that. Start defining in. His brow, I guess. Wrinkles between his eyes.
This looks kind of wrong. Or what it is.
I'm gonna draw right through his hair
For this.
because I can just erase that out after. I even do that with ink, and I'll just use white out if I start getting overly bogged down trying to work around things that are in the way. I find it's easier to just draw through and then erase out afterwards. Brow wrinkles up in here. Make sure I know I've got a shadow here. That's well lined way up. You know what? I think I'll actually thicken up the shadow all the way through here. Certainly not necessary, and this really pushes this portion of his head into more of a ball shape downward, but I like how it looks. So I want this to look as, you know, spooky and mean as possible. This is not something I would do with a character that's supposed to look. A little bit. Now I'm going to start defining more of these. I've got these just drawn in as simple lines, but I'm going to use these as my guide and start drawing some wrinkles on top of them. Having that guide and having something that overall has a flow and that works and fits together means that you won't end up with just a bunch of odd shapes on the page that don't actually define anything. Really want to make sure like this is a raised ridge here and I'm defining it as opposed to just drawing in lines. Ultimately, because all we're really doing when we're doing art like this is defining it and just drawing in lines, it can be a bit of a challenge to make sure that they interpret properly and don't just read that way. As I'm drawing right now, I hate this whole jaw and I'm fixing it. So here we go. This is why it's nice to draw it, and one of the reasons I really like to draw in something very light. Even when I've defined in my shapes, I like to keep it light and just line drawn, as opposed to putting this detail in and then realizing, you know what, I don't like the shape and having to break out a heavier eraser and make a big mess. If I've got it really lightly defined like that, pretty easy for me to fix it. bring his jaw back. I think that looks a little big. I'm gonna make it smaller. All right, I'm gonna bring out the other eraser anyway. There we go. I feel like I'm always making excuses when I say this, and I am making excuses, but drawing things that look bad is only bad if you leave it. So if you willing to pick up the eraser and fix it and keep working with it until it's something you're a little more happy with and that looks good, nobody else needs to see the mistake except for people to watch the video. Shadow under his lip here. I want to make sure, clean this up a bit. Leave that rim light in there, make sure it's still defined. And you can see how, again, if I'm going to put a little more drool over here, I draw the line for it, and then I know where my light's coming from. I can shadow it out and it makes it look, I'll draw a circle here, and if I shadow there, it's terrible, but get the point. And his lips is going to have the overall shadow pattern defined in it too. Give him some, and you'll notice I'm jumping around quite a bit. I think the reason for that is I want the whole picture to work together and to look good as a whole. And if I just concentrate on one area and bring it up to a total finish, it might not actually work with the rest of the picture. So I jump around, you know, and a lot of that's really unconscious, but it's making the whole picture have a consistent lighting and feel. But it's important when you do that, and it's vitally important, that you never lose sight of where your light is, where your overall shadow pattern is. And also I can use the same light source and only put in a tiny little bit of lighting, just a little bit of shadow, or I can go really, really heavily shadowed with it so there's barely any light at all. And that's a decision you have to make with your overall lighting pattern, and you have to be consistent with. Because if I have a really thick shadow on his nose and then almost no shadow on his chin or other areas, it's not going to hold together. Even though the lighting is technically correct in the sense that it's coming from the right direction, it's still going to look bad. And that's something I see quite a bit, actually. Drawing where, yeah, it's lit from the right way, it's not the lighting that's wrong, but what is wrong is it's not consistently lit. One thing is heavily shadowed, the other thing is almost not shadowed at all, and so it just ends up looking like parts of different pictures. And you can see that's why I'm really kind of building my shadow. I don't know if looking at a picture like this finished, it looks like I know where everything goes as I go, and I really don't. I have, and depending on what I draw, if I draw something that I've drawn a million times the same way, then I probably don't run into these kinds of issues. But when I'm drawing something that's a little bit more creative and I'm just having a little more fun with it, it's a real push and pull. So I don't worry about getting that whole shadow in there. I worry about getting it in and then looking at the overall picture and making sure that it's consistent with what I'm doing with everything else. I'm sure that makes sense. This is almost like rendering a little bit, so almost cheating because this is going ahead of stage, but it's kind of not. I'm still just drawing wrinkles. I'm just but I have to say I really like playing with rendering. For me is keep going off my picture and going on tangents, but rendering is it's a clean series of lines that define out ideally from a shadow, and it brings an object from dark into light. It's like a transition. And obviously this is not something you would ever see in real life, but you can actually get a rendering type of an effect with something like this, where it's wrinkles, but I'm putting them in almost like rendering. Now I actually am rendering. I'm stopping. All right. And this is actually a similar kind of a thing. It's fading out from a dark to a light, and it's just a different texture. So it's like rendering by another means. I have a feeling this video is going to be way too long for what ideally I should be doing, 10 minutes or something like that. And I will get this whole thing kind of sorted out in terms of like format and, the kind of content that I want to put on here. But truthfully, for right now, I just wanted to get something up and just have some fun with something. So if this is a 2-hour video, it's going to be a 2-hour video. We'll get all that stuff worked out later. You'll have to bear with me. I'm not I'm a professional artist. I'm not a professional presenter at all. And if you're watching this, I just put up an intro video to my channel earlier today, and I know it's bad. You don't have to tell me. And that took so many takes. Every single sentence is I had to stop the camera and start again. This is not my strong suit. But I do really enjoy teaching, so I'm doing it. I really miss it when I'm not doing it. I want to actually, I've got this shadow defined under his eye here for his lower eyelid. I actually want to cast shadow it, really darken up that area. I think that looks a little better. All right. Moving on over here. And I'm really trying to think in terms of going from dark to light with all this stuff too. I don't want to go really heavy with any shapes up in here, because that's really more where my light is. So if I'm going to go heavy with shapes, or heavier with, well, shapes, it's going to be much more tilted to where the light is not hitting as strongly or at all. I'm going to get some shadow into his ear just so I can start to connect this up together as a whole area. It's getting a little floaty and a little nebulous for me. I'm not seeing what I'm doing, so. And that's actually that's why I moved on to the ear right now instead of continuing with this, because I felt like I needed the ear just as a benchmark. That's the right word? Just to help me visualize what I'm trying to do with the other portion. And you can see this is now going to connect with the lines I'm doing on his face, which is why I needed to get this kind of defined. And I'm thinking, as much, if anything else, I am going to do quicker videos where it's a little more concise and maybe a little bit more planned. But I actually really enjoy doing this kind of video where I'm not going in with a plan, and I'm just talking about exactly what I'm thinking while I'm drawing and the kind of decisions that I'm making. And I think that kind of has its own value. So yeah. All right. I think this should project out just a little bit further here. little bit. I've gotten so used to working with ink. When I'm lighting something with pencil, and I've gotten so used to this over the years, I'll start on the left-hand side and move over to the right so I don't end up with a smudgy mess. And I can see already that I'm not doing that right now. I started more over here, and it's because I actually have started. I don't really light with a shadow with a pencil anymore. I just do it with a big brush. I'm gonna do some videos with that too. I just slap it all in there and go for it. And it's pretty rare. I find, you know, Wally Wood's famous rule is when in doubt, black it out. And I love that rule because it's pretty hard, as long as you're working with your lighting and thinking in terms of where the broad shadows go. It's hard to mess up too badly by throwing in some shadow and just going for it instead of overthinking it too much. So I just go in with a big brush, and if I really run into trouble, then I've got my bigger whiteout pen. That happens, but really not that often. Not as much as I would have thought when I just penciled all the time and I would erase a lot. I find when I'm inking, a lot of times I'll put it down and then that's what it is, and I just need to find a way to work with it. And I do, one way or another. I love being able, you know, I'm going to go in now that I've kind of got the stuff figured. I'm going to go in and erase out for some hair here. I'm not worried about getting it all nice and clean with the eraser because I'll just go back in and fix it. Let's do that right now. And the advantage of working with a pencil, I can see some of the lines kind of still cutting through there, and it's not perfect, but that's all right because it's pencil, and a good inker, they know how to figure that stuff out. Ash some shadow into his hair too. One thing I really like with a core shadow type of a lighting. Oh, you know what? Here. There we go. Realize my camera's way off kilter. Is you get that rim of light, and so then putting another dark behind it pops it. Whenever you take a light and put a dark behind it and then another light behind that, you push things back in space really effectively. There's linear perspective and there's visual perspective. There's a word for it. I don't know what it is, but I do know that if you stack lights and darks, it really separates well and it looks like a push back in space. So I use that a lot. This is where working with a brush and ink is nice. So I can just put down a nice big area very quickly instead of slowly scribbling in with a pencil. And I know that there are thicker and heavier pencils that I could use that would make this quicker, dropping in big shadows, but I don't like using them because for me, I find if I use them, I just end up getting a smudgy mess. I'm doing this a little bit. Let's you know what, I'll stop working down there. I'm butting up against the base of my camera, so. I actually put little marks on the page before I started so I would know how far down to go. And I can see my mark, like, you know, halfway up from where I ultimately went. What's really important to me doing these shapes here is making sure that I'm not drawing shape after shape after shape that's exactly the same kind of shape and size and placement. I want to have a broader shape here and then connect it to a much smaller and maybe thinner shape here, and then I'll put another shape here that's maybe halfway. Now, I don't remember who told me this. Somebody told me. And this was actually just recently, so it was like a big revelation for me, and it's kind of a small thing, but it makes a big difference. And that is, if you are drawing like debris, there's like a, you know, a rock here, and a rock here, and a rock here. You can see how it looks really static because they're all the same size. The trick and apparently it visually works, and I've tried it and I can confirm, is you draw one this size, and if you draw a smaller one and then a small one, and you keep going in threes. So you draw something bigger, a smaller shape, and then a smaller one, and obviously don't I'll draw a nice big one here just to break it up. I'm totally I'm not showing this well, but basically if you work in threes, a bigger shape, a smaller shape, and then a really small shape, and you keep going back and forth, big shape, smaller, and then smaller, and you go over the whole thing, it'll actually end up looking surprisingly random. It works, even though that little demonstration didn't. Take my word for it, it really does work. Boot placement in his hair. Figuring out kind of where my part is. When I started inking more regularly a couple years ago, I was using a crow quill and a brush, and I stopped using a crow quill. They work incredibly well. I mean, for what they do, they work better than anything else, I think. But what they don't do is allow you to scribble back and forth with your line. If you go back on your line, you'll end up with a blotch of ink all over the page. And so only being able to go one way, I think if I was more of a trained inker, that'd be all right. But being a penciler for so long, and I really like to be able to sketch and be a little bit more spontaneous with the line, I just found that wasn't working for me. So I use like Micron type pens for all that stuff, and then it's much more like drawing with a pencil. Now that I have more of this defined, I'm actually going back to the nose, which I started, first, and I can kind of see more where I've got my lighting, and I can get that working more for me. If I try to do this all at once, maybe if I could visualize better, I would have been able to do it. But for me, I just find this works. I want to make the whole picture work as a whole. That's what I'm doing now. I'm going in and kind of finishing out the detail on his nose, where I traced out here with hair, get that in here. I cast a shadow from, actually, I don't do this a huge amount, but turn the pencil sideways, you get a whole lot more lead out of it. Just for the purposes of not being here all day. Get that in there. I'm gonna give him a vein coming out of his neck. Draw a shadow from neck muscle. Isn't even showing up on video. Stop. All right. And since I've got this shape here is coming over this one, so I draw in the shadow for that and then just leave it open. And it's like negative space drawing. I'll do it here too. Drawing in the other side of the shape, and I'll just break it up here, make his neck even thicker, make sure the back of his head actually supports it. All right, now similar kinds of folds and raggles that I was doing around his eyes, and if I draw a line and draw another one connected to it, I make sure to connect them here and thicken it up in here just a little bit. And then I can draw another one here, connect it there. Just those little connections actually, and let me erase this out. Get a little there. Sure that it interrupts the profile a little bit. And I'm actually kind of going off the plot a little bit here because I don't have any of this defined in my underdrawing, so I'm kind of making it up, and that could be a real mistake. It's very easy to start getting something that, like this muscle here, I don't feel like it's connecting to his ear. This long muscle in the neck actually connects right up under the ear, and if it's not, then it's just not drawn in properly. So let me just get that more properly defined. Some of that muscle shape in through my wrinkles. This is really not an anatomy class at all, as much as this is a class of any kind. But I will do that in the future and go into the muscles of the neck and how they connect. And I'm sure it'll be a learning experience for me too, because it's been so many years. As you go along, it's very easy to end up getting a bit of a shorthand and also just avoiding the things that you're not as comfortable with. I know that I've done that. I've actually really been trying to work on my backs and my feet and some things that I've never, when I started drawing professionally, I didn't really have worked out. And as much as I learned so much at Top Cow and it was such a great learning environment, what it wasn't was a foundational drawing class. So if you didn't know how to draw a good back, nobody's going to say, you know, do this and do this and do this. It was, you know, it was something that is just too easy just to avoid. So, you know, if I was uncomfortable drawing a back, I could just use a cape or use a, you know, a different angle. Now that I have this whole area kind of figured in, I'm just going to go ahead and start getting this whole thing a little bit more realized. I want to thicken up the broader shape so it's heavier with the overall shadow. I do feel like I've kind of gotten a little bit too similarly sized and shaped with all of those shapes. Bit some of this up. If I can't break that up a little bit more and have it not be quite so uniform. And I think it's an important skill to look at your art and say, okay, this area is just not looking right, and just you know, work with it. Don't just leave it. To define his eyes a little bit. I'm gonna give him pretty good veins in his eyes. In a second, I'm gonna show you a trick that I didn't so much learn this from anybody, but I saw artwork actually by Simon Bisley where he did this, and I thought it looked great, so I stole it. And by the way, I draw my pupils in incredibly small, just like with a little point, because that way, if it's not really working and I don't like the placement, it's easy for me to just draw from the point there or out this way and get it centered properly. Whereas if I draw in the whole pupil all at once, I'm a little stuck with it. I want to erase it. So what I'm going to do now is draw the inner side of that eye, not all the way up to the lid, and I'm going to define it with some of these veins, and I'm sure this is completely ridiculous and it wouldn't work that way, but I love how it looks, so it works that way for me.
So, now
And I'm
the
gonna
door.
still keep it pretty small. And I'm not just drawing straight lines into the pupil. I'm breaking them up and giving them a little bit of bounce and shape. Keeps things a little more interesting and organic looking. Alright, let's do the other eye. Camera, I'm gonna have to tape this down, I think, at some point because it keeps shifting. Okay, let's get this here. I'm gonna do the same thing on this eye. You got something that you think works, exploit it into the ground. Even going a little bit more pronounced on this side because it's further away from the light, so I figure I can get away with it. Right. Shadow. Because this one's more directly up under the brow, I'm shadowing from the brow heavily. It's a matter of just, you know, adjustments as you go along, looking at what you think is working and what's not working and just making some adjustments. Let's actually start to get into some teeth. Be really screwed up and dirty and craggy. If I draw a line nice and thin, I can put little bouncy shadowing on the other side of that line. It all looks like it's like crags inside that shape. This actually really works well for buildings too. I'm gonna make 2 teeth out of this one because I really want to round that around and I don't feel like it's rounding. There, I think. There. Shadows on the intersects in here. I want that to look broken. Fix it so it actually looks broken instead of like some weird. Do the same thing here. I'm gonna make these smaller. Make them sweaty. right. I think we're getting pretty close to where I'm going to start rendering. This kind of a character obviously has a lot more shadow craggy detail than most, but that's really why I wanted to do it. I just wanted to have some fun with something that's a little nuts. So really, probably rendering is a bit of an overkill. It's not necessary, but I'm doing it anyway. Let's check his hair over here just a bit. I guess it's all right. A lot of times when I'm drawing, I'll just cover up part of the drawing to see how what I'm looking at works, and then see if it works as a whole, you know? So that's all it was there. And I think it's about as good as it's getting, so I'm leaving it. All right. All right, I'm gonna start rendering them. So I'm gonna start right here. No particular reason, but gotta start somewhere. I'm making sure to follow the form, help define the form, and most importantly, not fight the form. So I've got a shape that overall curves like this, so I'm following it, even though my light's coming from here. And a lot of times that's just a choice. I could have gone the other way too. As a matter of fact, I can just now go the other way and define it that way too. You really want to be a little careful not to get too over. I know I over render everything, so saying that, but
What should I do with this?
I am gonna go that way. Start defining it. And I'm going much thicker and shorter with this because I want this to be much more of an abrupt curve over instead of just going with a long line that would really flatten that shape quite a bit, which is what you want for some things, but that's a smaller, harder curved shape. So you really want to think in terms of the shape you're trying to define and what's going to be most effective for defining that. And here again, shorter line because it's a much smaller shape. And And then I can go longer with this because this is much broader shape. Going right through my sweat. So much of this is just having the patience to be consistent with the lines that you're doing. And this is a thing, if you're going to render, you can't just render a small portion of it and then just leave the rest. You have to really commit to rendering the whole thing at a consistent level. So it's something you want to consider, you know, if you want to be a render
what's
heavy
up,
artist,
Stan?
it's a lot of work and
That, but
can't skimp on it. And it's really only one style. You want to just
You mean
define
I'm
things with
left-handed?
shadow and leave it open with no
how
rendering.
long ago was this?
I think it's a great style, and I've actually worked that way before quite a bit
Doesn't it
more.
say how long
I wasn't
ago
really
this
using a
thing
lot of
was,
rendering
the
for quite a
channels?
while. I just prefer it. I really like it. I think a good portion of it comes from just a lack of confidence in art. You know, you can cover up a lot of sins, which a million little lines, and you know, and I acknowledge that, but I also just really like it, so I still do it, whether I'm confident with the picture or not. I have my wife actually tell me all the time, if I work upstairs while we're watching television, she'll say, just leave it, it's fine, you know, and then I just keep going, and it's pretty upset because I killed the picture. But you know, I've been doing this for 27 years now, is that right? 26 or 27, since 94, I guess. I don't know, whatever, a long time. And I'm not going to change now. I'm going to kill it with rendering. There's some things I really want to learn to improve and be better at, and then there are other things that I just really enjoy, and I don't care if it's right. Terrible thing to say when I'm trying to help somebody learn. But there is a point where you have to be true to yourself. You know what you like, you know the kind of art that you like. And if that's what you want to do, I don't think you're going to be a happy artist just trying to do, you know, what's popular. Now, I'm an image artist, by which I mean I got into comics during kind of the start of Image. I worked at an image studio under Mark Silvestri. He was my favorite artist, and I worked there because I was working in a style that fit with what they were doing, because it's what I loved. So, you know, I really didn't think to myself, gee, I'd like to work at Image and I'd like to be an Image type of an artist because they're doing really well right now. I did it because that's actually what really drove me to want to draw comics and what got me into this thing. So that's what I do. And I feel like this is looking like a mess. I'm actually going to block that in just dark. I don't like it. It's looking a little busy. Still don't like it. I'm fixing it. Go. Okay. I'm gonna go a lot thicker, cleaner, just with rendering out of here. It was just getting a little small and looking a little busy. That looks a little cleaner and more cohesive. And it's a big area, so I don't want to start defining it with a million little tiny lines that don't actually really define the overall big shape. when I'm rendering some of this stuff here, I don't want to over render too much, but I want that in there. So then I just break up the lines and almost do like a dot 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 dot, and it gets that defined without the breaking up the line. Like I'll break this up here. It just keeps it a little more airy. It's a style. I've seen artists that really, they'll do every single line that way, and I think it's a mistake to have any one particular thing that you're doing as like some kind of a rule. Like this is how because you render this way, every line has to be rendered exactly that way. I think you're better off to, vary it up. Makes it much more interesting.
Like a brick or something.
Okay, so on his lip here, I want to give it a bit of a ridge like this, and then the overall shape. So the way that I'm going to define that is I'm going to draw on some thicker, shorter rendering here. And then I'm going to leave a little gap and go thinner above it. And that gap actually looks like it's lit. You see what I mean? Looks like it's got a bit of a lit line through there, and this is a trick I use all the time.
Put like a door here, maybe. Decently sized.
Kind of defining this in a similar way. I've got some shapes here, some ridges, and just not having rendering stop there, and then some little short ones here gives it a nice rounded sort of feel. I don't think what I said there makes any sense. Hopefully you know what I mean. I went much thicker and bigger with these lines here because this is a shape that I really want to define as really popping out, and also I want it to be, it's if you're looking at it kind of, it's curved like this as opposed to being curved like this. So I want to do this instead of doing this. I think that makes sense. All right. And I can even find a little bit on the other side. A little more pop. I think I'd like to really make this look more like a socket in through here. So the way that I'm going to do that, build up the shadow in here. I don't want to just draw a thick line through there. What I want to do is do a lot more shadow in all the wrinkles just in that little area. And then I can render out of them. Sure to stick with what I had there.
That's how brick
Obliterate
looks, though. I don't like how it looks. Good lord.
Same technique I used here, I'm just using right over here to define that ridge. And this is obviously completely not necessary. That shadow is enough. I don't really need any of that rendering. I just like it. So I think it gives it a little bit more. I like to draw in a way that I want it to be. I don't want it to look really, really soft, but I want it to look organic and like something that you could actually reach out and grab with your fingers. This isn't the kind of thing you'd want to grab with your fingers, but that's the feel that I want to give things. I want it to look like it has some real weight, age, and I feel like that kind of rendering adds to that for me. I got a little loose over here, and I'm not going to really make it too much tighter because there's a point when
This all feels wrong.
we're just having fun here. I'm not really even drawing anything.
Oh man. Man, I'm having trouble drawing backgrounds.
And here, I'm doing much more. I have over here broader kind of a shape.
I think the main reason why is because I haven't really drawn backgrounds before. It's become difficult for me.
Just go in here and really define some edges a little bit more. So if you work with a great inker, Danny McKee or Richard Friend or Scott Williams or Jimmy Reyes, who also does YouTube videos, I need to link to his channel. I just put up a link to Robert Marzullo, who's phenomenal. But yeah, Jimmy's inked me on a few things, and he really knows how to pick up on these kinds of details. So I don't actually have to be that careful in making sure that they're defined.
What should I put? I'll put this on
Thanks
the
to
side.
Dow Strong for sponsoring this video.
On today's video, we are here in Hell's Kitchen. I got $50.
And I have $500.
I know we're gonna be eating a lot of food and hopefully it's going to be good. Let's go. You ready?
I'm ready.
We have arrived here in Hell's Kitchen. It's actually a very nice, good-looking restaurant, right?
Very nice looking restaurant.
Let's go for it. I can't afford much, so I'm gonna go for the spicy tuna roll, $24. And I'm also gonna be getting a burger. I'm gonna go for the second one, which is called Backyard Burger. Looking forward to that. That's all I can afford.
Me, on the other hand, can afford pretty much everything on the menu.
Boom. Roasted.
Show off. Well, but talking about that, the appetizers arrived. Wow, thank you.
This stuff looks great, man.
Yeah, yours looks amazing. I mean, mine looks good too, but okay.
All right, we got the lobster risotto here. It looks amazing. A nice bed of creamy risotto. There's a nice thick slice of lobster on top, which all coated with some chives and Parmesan cheese. This is a good looking dish. And over here we got the steak tartare, which appears to have some sort of creamy sauce mixed into it, covered in tempura flakes and capers. And on the side, some nice crispy toast.
And here we have my appetizer, which is a nice, beautiful tuna spicy roll. We got tuna inside, avocado, a spicy mayo. Well, let's eat. Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
Good tuna. Oh, how's your risotto?
Wow. Very good. The risotto, creamy, tomatoey. That lobster is actually amazing.
Really? You know, my tuna has like pancos on the top. It's like little panko breadcrumbs or something. I don't know what it is, everybody. It could possibly be tempura. I like it. Wow, you got another one. I forgot.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna put a little bit of the steak tartare in the bread, and now it's ready for a bite. We got the steak tartare over here. Wow, a lot better than I thought it was gonna be. It has like a lemony sauce on top. Wow, very good.
Wow. Yo, can I try a little
Nah,
bit?
hey, stick with yours, man. So I decided to order more, and over here I got these scallops topped with some corn and garnishments on a bed of some yellow sauce. Over here I got the burrata with some tomatoes and balsamic dressing on top. That is a good looking scallop. That is very good. Wow, seared to perfection. I'm very happy with my food choices here.
Can I try one?
Well, you got some more food coming, man. Yeah.
Chicken piccata for him.
Signature beef Wellington.
Oh, that's me.
For him.
Signature beef Wellington.
That's all.
For him also.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, pizza. That's
For him also.
I'll take that.
Yes, I got a burger.
Wow, man, that burger looks good.
Can you gonna be able to eat all of that?
I can definitely try, man. I mean, you know what they say: put your money where your mouth is.
Okay, well, let me show you guys my burger. It looks like a nice patty with brioche bun, a little bit of cheese, some type of sauce inside, and I got fries and ketchup to go along with it.
Well, that burger looks pretty good, but here's what I got. So over here I have the Hell's Kitchen pizza, pepperoni, bacon, avocado sauce, and jalapeno honey. It looks like the crust is cooked very well, and the pizza looks delicious. And over here we have the signature Gordon Ramsay beef Wellington, and on the side, mashed potatoes. Looks amazing, cooked to perfection, and I actually love beef Wellington, so I'm very excited for this one.
You had to order two?
I'm hungry, man. What can I say? And here I got the chicken piccata, which are pieces of chicken topped with roasted artichokes, a beautiful lemon caper sauce, and some actual slices of lemon on top.
There's no way all that food fit in you.
Well, I mean, I can do my best.
All right, brother. Cheers to you, bro. Enjoy your food. You know, I had the burger here before. This one's a little bit more plain. So for somebody that doesn't like vegetables or other things on their burger, it's the perfect burger. How was your pizza?
Solid pizza. The crust has a nice char to it, which I really like. Also, the sriracha on top has a really nice spiciness to it. Actually, a very solid pizza.
Let me find out.
Stick to your burger. And now we got the chicken piccata. Wow. The chicken is so soft, it like melts in your mouth. And the lemon sauce has a really nice tanginess to it. Very good dish. How's the burger?
I think my burger's better than that.
You might not be wrong about that one.
Wow, you got one more. You ordered 2. May I try that one?
Well, I mean, you know, what if I need something to go? One for lunch, one for dinner.
Right. Hey, I got fries. Oh, they're good fries though.
Are they?
Yeah, here, try it.
Oh man, you're so generous.
Yeah, try it. Isn't it?
Wow.
Is it right?
Actually, really good, yeah.
It's a good fry. Let me try a pizza.
Hey, yeah, I think you have enough there. That is delicious.
Some people will look at that and say that it's like raw.
No way.
No, it's not raw at all. It's nice medium rare.
This wine reduction sauce that they have adds such a nice flavor. I don't know how you do it, man. Just the burger?
I'm happy with the burger so far. Yeah, it's good enough. You just eat too much, bro.
I mean, you got to try a little bit of everything.
This is wrong. How come you're so skinny and I look like I'm made out of Wagyu?
Boom. Roasted.
What can I say? Faster metabolism.
All right, whatever. At this point, I kept enjoying my burger and Dan kept eating. His stomach does not have an end. He might be small, but this man is mighty. I was impressed. In the end, here's the results. You can eat, bro.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take this to go. You mind if I take these fries as well?
Sure.
Yeah, take that there.
You're gonna take it to go and you won't let me try?
Well, I mean, I need lunch later.
Fair enough.
You know, speaking of that, I think I'm in the mood for some dessert. I got the budget. Wow, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Oof. I mean, look at this dessert. Wow.
I can't afford it. Before moving forward, I want to thank today's sponsor, Dowstrong. You guys know I only use great knives, so let me show you one of my best. This is the Shogun Series 8 inches Crisis from Dowstrong. The Shogun Series is Dowstrong's OG, the first series that ever launched, and the Crisis has been one of my personal favorites for years. I use it literally for everything, from breaking down primals to mincing garlic and herbs. A hybrid between chef's knife and a cleaver. It's a perfect balance of a scary sharp blade and a workhorse strength. So if you're looking for a beast of a knife, head over to Dowstrong.com. Thanks Dowstrong for sponsoring this video. Now let's get right back to it.
I think I'm in the mood for some dessert. Over here we have the signature sticky toffee pudding, made from Gordon Ramsay's own mother's recipe. All right, let's try it. Wow, that is so good. The warm cake and the cold ice cream, next level. And over here we have the trifle cake. I think it looks great and I want to dig in.
Sadness.
Oh, you eat a lot.
Delicious. I do have a sweet tooth, so this is obviously great for me. You know what, man? Why don't you share this one with me?
Really?
Yeah.
I like you better now. It's hot and cold at the same time. I like that. And the toffee that comes in, that little bottom of the thing, this little sweetness right here on the bottom. Oh man. Yo, thank you, bro. Appreciate it. You gotta go to the restroom. Enjoy the rest. I'll be right back, okay?
Thank you. Hey. This is taking quite a while. I wonder where Google went. Google! Did he just leave me with the bill?
I hope you guys enjoyed this video because I could tell you one thing. I got plenty of food with that burger and also the appetizer. Did I get full? No, I'm satisfied. I could have eaten a little bit more, but let's be honest. That boy Dan, he can eat. Seriously, he has no bottom. Overall, all of the food was very good. I can't say much because I only had the burger and the fries. Make sure you guys go check out Dan. It's on the link on the description down below. And most importantly, I better run before he catches me because I am not paying that bill. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Guga, you're just gonna leave me here? I mean, at least I got a good meal.
We are in New York City, the city that never sleeps.
Oh yes, many people say New York is the food capital of the world. From incredible Chinese food all the way to pizza, New York is known for some delicious bites. However, if you know where to look, they really know their sandwiches too. Wow. And on today's video, I'm gonna show you the most exclusive access ever, where some pretty huge stars made some incredible sandwiches for me. And I get to tell you how good they are and most importantly, learn the right way of making proper sandwiches. And everything is gonna start out in Brooklyn with Aki. If there's one guy that is super viral, that would be this guy.
These are Japanese Wagyu A5, and I'm bringing it to Aki here in Brooklyn because he has a crazy deli, does crazy things. I'm excited to see what he's gonna come up with these two beautiful steaks. Hopefully he will respect the steak, but I trust Aki. Let's see what happens. There's one thing that you must do properly whenever you're doing something here. You gotta ask it the Aki way, so you allow him to do whatever he wants. Come on in. Congratulations on your success, bro. What got you started? When did you say, like, just record me?
Literally, it was not me. It was my little brother. He's in the cashier. I'm in the deli. I'm telling him, yo, my man, stop being on your phone and keep your eye on the camera. And he's like, give me your phone. So he's like, he snatched the phone. He downloaded TikTok. He's like, yo, just record. Like, bro, you know deli's my nightmare now. You telling me to record? Literally, it took like 4 videos. The 5th video went viral. Bacon, egg, and cheese on a honey bun. I did it. And it just went crazy.
Blew up right away?
Yeah.
Why do you think that he blew up? I have a theory, but I want to hear from you.
I don't know. I think because I was like, you know, just let me mess around with people.
You know what I think?
Yes.
I think it's you.
No,
100% is
why
you.
you say that?
Your personality. I've collaborated with so many YouTubers and so many like personality persons. It's you, bro. You could have put some beans on a toast over there. It's not just the food. Yeah, 100%. So yeah, walking inside over here, I didn't expect it to be like this because on his videos is literally just where he cooks it. But here you can clearly see that it's a whole story and everything, and it's a vibe, everybody, I gotta say. But the magic happens behind the counter. Let me see what Aki thinks about this. Let's go.
Yes, my brother, may I help you today?
Brother, I came all the way from Miami to get a chopped cheese with these beautiful Wagyu, the Aki way.
Sure. It looks like an expensive Wagyu chopped cheese right here.
I know you're gonna make them better than me.
Allah, that's Allah.
Come on. Very excited. I've seen some crazy things. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Damn, you trust me like that, brother?
I trust you 1,000,000%.
Damn, you're a real one.
Have you ever cooked Wagyu before?
Yeah.
Oh, then you already know what you're doing.
I just flipped a couple of times and we...
You know what I say? This steak's so good, you can put it in a microwave and it's gonna be good.
Put the $1,000 steak in the microwave and it's still gonna be good. Is that right, Unc?
Yeah, you giving me a piece today. I ain't leaving or there's gonna be shots fired.
This steak looks so beautiful.
Look at the marbling of these steaks. Like you cut it in half and it just became better.
All right, now we're gonna season it up.
So what is this? Wait a second, you're not sharing the love with the people.
If I tell you, I'm gonna have to kill you.
Okay, now don't kill me. Oof.
All right. You know, we're gonna have to give it a massage for this, you know.
Absolutely.
Right?
Well, it looks good already. Maybe we should just eat it raw.
Just like this, right?
Yeah, just eat it like that. Check it out, everybody. What a beautiful, beautiful smell. The smell that is coming out of this is insane. Then we slap it on the grill.
Trying to make this better, bro.
It's gonna be really
I am not having fun looking at this right now. I'm not. I'll be back. I have returned. Oh, I got my headset.
$45 seconds each side in 1 minute.
Yeah, you can actually flip it right now. And even if you flip it, you can reflip it again, no problem at all. Getting a nice, beautiful steer right there, ready to go, baby. Now,
Yes, brother.
now we chop it up.
Dang. I think that was my job.
Oh, let's go. I actually never done this in my life.
Dang.
Chopped up a Wagyu steak. Okay, I think you got to do the Aki way. Oh, there you go.
Oh.
Go.
Huh?
Let's see.
What do you mean, let's see? What do you mean, let's see? You can't get it no more, brother. That's it. One time taste. And then we're gonna slap the garlic bread on the grill.
Woo!
You don't wanna cook more than that.
Yeah, it's good.
After it's done cooking, now we're gonna put it in the garlic bread.
Are you literally making a Japanese style sandwich? He's searing every single side, which is the right thing to do, just the way they do it in Japan. Then we add the hash brown to the grill.
Oh yeah. Oh, this stomach and this stomach gonna be real happy. Watch. That's it. Nice breakfast, just like this, waking up on an 8.5 Wagyu. You can't beat it. You gonna give it a try now?
Yeah.
Okay, let me know, did you like the seasoning that was on it?
I'll tell you right now, honest truth.
Yes,
yes,
come on, of course.
Oh. It's so good. You know it's good.
Don't lie to me.
You
bro.
know it's good. It's very good. I would say add a little bit of salt.
Oh my God.
Oh,
I
there
don't
you
like
go.
to put salt.
You don't like to put salt? That's it. That's it.
That's it?
That's it. Oh.
Oh yeah, eat it all. All of it, all of it. Dog, you want two?
No.
What?
I'll take a bite.
Oh yeah. Once the hash brown's ready, now we're gonna put it in the bread. I never eat it like this, but I'm gonna give it a try. Oh my God.
Then we add the bacon on top of the hash browns. Then we add some spinach.
And then I'm gonna hit it with some onions.
Now with some chipotle sauce.
Finally, now we're gonna stack it up.
Ooh, it's a triple. Okay, that looks amazing. Every single layer nicely stacked, a generous amount of Wagyu, some bacon, some hash browns. Throw a little bit of greens to make the doctor happy.
Yes, you know what they said. Now we wrap it up. And the result.
I mean, take a look at this. Every single layer, a generous amount of Wagyu, bacon, chipotle sauce. Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
That's
man.
crazy, brother.
Cheers.
Cheers, brother.
Bismillah.
Oh,
Bismillah.
my mic is muted. I don't even know what to do with these buildings anymore.
Oh my God.
Thank you for the steak.
Oh my God. Shout out to Aki.
Shout out to my brother right here.
Yo, that chipotle sauce you put in there,
It's good.
magical.
Did it?
Because it cut out the fat.
How you rate this sandwich?
Very good, very delicious. 10 out of 10. Highly recommend. It's just a little bit expensive because of the steak.
It's $1,000 steak. What do you want? The 8.5 Wagyu. It's not no fake 8.5 Wagyu.
No, this is the real deal.
This is the real deal.
The Aki way.
Hold on. He talks about.
This video is all about drawing. Again, I want them to be fairly descriptive of what I'm finally going to put into the harder it is for me to get relationships working easily and just get my thoughts out on the page. And I love having a grid like this to start because it allows me just to draw directly into the picture without having to worry about where my perspective is. Now, it is possible, and I've seen artists do this very effectively, to just draw without drawing in any of that perspective at all, and they just eyeball it. That is not a skill that I have, and it's a skill that you may develop, and it's highly likely that you will. You're not me, but I would say when you're starting, if you want it to be right, I would highly recommend that you use a grid like this. This is something I learned pretty early on when I was drawing, because I saw all these perspective books and they would show how perspective works and how buildings or anything that you're putting into perspective would work in perspective, but they wouldn't really show an efficient method for using it for creating a picture. And I wanted to be able to create a picture out of my head, so it's important to me to be able to just put buildings and things wherever I want inside of that picture. So now I'm going ahead and drawing some buildings on the other side. I'm just sketching these in just for placement, and again, I want them to be fairly descriptive of what I'm finally going to put into the finished picture, because I want as little guesswork as I can get once I'm actually drawing in detail. It's much harder to erase, and it's much harder also for me to see larger shapes when I'm working that way, because I'm really concentrating on the details. So the whole idea is to work out your, just like a figure, you want to work out your broad shapes, make sure that everything's working and you're happy with it, and once you are, then getting your finished detail on top of it is much more effective and easy and really relaxing. This is a time-consuming process for me to do. It's something that takes me, actually, frankly, especially with a background like this, quite a bit longer than drawing figures, but I can really just relax and enjoy some music and just have fun with the process. It's really enjoyable, I think, once you really kind of get the hang of it. So what I'm doing now is I'm just using my basic guidelines, which are very difficult to see, I think, on the screen, but it's easy enough for me to see, and in the finished picture, it doesn't interfere with the actual art, and that's the idea. I want something that's in there that will guide what I ultimately draw, but won't fight with it and create a mess underneath and make a messy looking picture. So I'm going ahead, I got in a couple of windows. I'm doing a couple of dormer windows on the top of this building here, and I've drawn in the first window, and then the second window I tried to make sure to line up with it, and it's wider also because it's closer. Get the roof on there. I'm lining it up with the roof of the building, and I'm making sure, something that's very, very important, and hopefully it's clear with what I'm drawing here, but that window actually has dimension. All of the pieces that make up the sill and the different parts of the window are like long, I want to say rectangles. They're not rectangles, they're dimensional, like cubes, but elongated. And so they need to be drawn dimensionally. If they're drawn flat, you end up with very flat looking buildings. And so I'm drawing in some detail for my, I guess it would be like a metal roof. I've already kind of come off angle there. I'm going to fix that. And this is why I don't put in shadow. I just get my lines working and get the overall cartoon working for this picture. This is going to take quite a while to get this in, but it allows me to make those kinds of mistakes and then fix it. But I'm trying to really make sure, without you get a sense, some interest, drawing with a grid, which is a great aid, they become very easy to think about that way. But it's something that you kind of need to train yourself to get used to. Really, it's like drawing a cube in perspective. You're just doing that everywhere. Not a huge amount, but I want to make sure that they align, hold together, and it'll look like it all fits as one piece. So they're just huge chimneys, but they're huge chimneys that fit because the bricks are the same size and they're proportional to the rest of the building. If I had made those bricks enormous in comparison to those windows, it wouldn't have held together at all. I'm going to put another building in here. This building, the side of the building, I'm going to keep relatively open. I'm going to put a big placard on it, like an advertisement. That's a trick that I absolutely love because, first of all, it's much more work to draw in windows all down the side of that building. But second of all, I've already got that on the other side of the picture, and doing that too much can start to close a picture in. You really want to detail as much as you can and make it, put as much work into your picture as you can, but you still have to be somewhat circumspect about the detail that you put in, because if it's just everywhere, it just disappears into a cloud and nothing really stands out. You need places that are detailed to catch your eye, and then you need places that are open to rest your eye, and it's an interplay of that gives you a pleasing composition. At least it's one of the major elements that gives you a pleasing composition. And so I'm finishing out the buildings in the background, just getting my overall composition kind of completed. And for the most part, I've got my buildings blocked in. I can see that I've kind of come off angle on some of those little lines there. I'm going to fix it a little bit. As I'm drawing this, I don't want to move the paper because I want it to be as easy to follow as possible. So I'm having to really reach my hand around it, and sometimes it's kind of affecting the lines. So apologies for that. And I really want to make sure to change up the size of the shapes that I'm using on those buildings too. I've got some bigger windows on the right side of the front building there, some smaller windows in the background. I'm using different shapes. Even though they're modern buildings and so they're more streamlined, they still have to have character. And hopefully you notice that they're all composed into a cohesive whole. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next. They're easier. At this point, I'm not worrying about lighting and separating my buildings with light, but what I am doing is making sure that I'm not just randomly layering buildings in, I'm trying to arrange them in a pleasing way. So I'll have some larger buildings and some smaller and some different heights and layer them back. And it's something some artists, Mike Mignola, for instance, is absolutely phenomenal at, and I would highly recommend you take a look at some of the work that he did, especially in Gotham by Gaslight, to get a sense of how that can be done very, very effectively. It's unfortunately another thing that, not in a way that I'm aware of, a completely teachable thing. It's something that you need to get a bit of a feel for. And so I'm getting the detail drawn in. The windows on the side of the building that are receding are so narrow that they're almost just lines. And I'm going to put a sign on that building just to give it a little bit of additional kind of detail and some interest. I want to make my city scene here look lived in and like a real place where things are actually happening. So having things like signs, things like downspouts and antennas and air conditioners in windows, which I didn't actually do here. Maybe I should have, but those kinds of things can really lend a believability. Now I'm drawing an awning. We're getting close to the ground level here underneath those signs. So I decided to put an awning under that building there. And it also kind of helps finish out the overall shape of those buildings as a compositional element. I'm going to go ahead and draw a building in behind. This is a much smaller building. Another thing that unfortunately takes a little bit of interpretation is your sizing. When you go further back into the picture, obviously things get smaller, and that's something that you need to eyeball. You need to make sure that you're not drawing larger windows in the background than you're drawing in the foreground. You need to make sure that your bricks get smaller and they're proportional to the kind of building in the kind of space that you're drawing. So now I'm just blocking in my overall shapes for where I'm going to put my windows, some ledges, and here are my windows drawn in, and you can see they're quite a bit smaller than the building in front. There can be a bit of a wiggle room because some buildings have larger windows and some buildings have smaller, so it's something where you can actually have some discretion and get away with it, but it's also very easy to break your illusion when the sizing gets a little out of control. So you really want to be as aware of it as you possibly can. I'm going to put a little more detail on top of this building. I love elements on top of buildings just because a building can be a little flat on top and compositionally not really quite as pleasing. So if I put in a water tower or antennas or chimneys, those kinds of things, it makes it look more believable and lived in, and it also gives me something that I can create some interesting shapes on top of the buildings with. Now in the background here,
all right, let's look up some videos of Mike Mignola now. See what he says. Drawing monsters. Whoa, what is this? I feel like I'm like
mentioned you might do a quick sketch for us.
Did I? So is that a you wanted to shoot me drawing?
If that's cool.
Yeah, I can do that.
And when you're done, just give us a quick look into the camera.
Hey, looking for approval and not finding it. And then everyone go, oh, what an asshole. He's always looking for sympathy. No, I'm just being honest. I've done the math. I know I'm just some guy who gets away with drawing monsters for a living.
Who is Hellboy?
What's Hellboy about? Hellboy.
Hellboy.
Hellboy. Hellboy. Hellboy.
Hellboy.
The one and only Hellboy.
Hellboy is a demon brought into our realm at the end of World War II.
Now he's an adult demon who's a wisecracking, sarcastic fella. And because he was raised by Professor Broom, he has a good moral compass and higher standards to live by.
And so, although Hellboy is supposed to be the beast of the apocalypse, he doesn't want to be the beast of the apocalypse.
It's this nature versus nurture struggle. You are being sent to Earth to destroy the world. So it's either you or it. What's it gonna be, pal?
We all have the devil inside, and what do we do with that?
He is not of us, but he'd help us if we'd let him.
He ends up devoting his life to cleaning up supernatural messes.
This little king of hell is just a regular blue-collar guy.
His job just happens to be paranormal detective kind of stuff.
He's Mike Mignola, who created Hellboy.
He's absolutely a genius.
The way that he simplifies forms and the way that he plays with light and shadow, it's so unique and so good.
He sings with his visuals, with a voice that you've never heard before.
Mike's universe is like a doorway in for those readers who are not immediately visible in the superhero world.
After Marvel and DC, the largest extended comic book universe is the Mignolaverse. Unlike Marvel and DC, it is the vision of a single creator.
It all began with just a guy sitting down and just working on the book. And then it became, this.
I'm really just making up stories. You just never thought it would get this out of hand. Because most of this is old stuff. For whatever reason, I kind of stall out around 1940 as far as the stuff I read. I think I've got it covered as far as ghost stories. I think I've probably got at least all the really good old ones. Oh, and Mark James, the greatest ghost story writer, except for maybe Sheridan LaFondue. And the giant ghost story anthology edited by Boris Karloff. He did 2 of them. Look at that. But this is the greatest. There was a fantasy writer named Frank Stockton. This is the return of Frank Stockton. This sums up everything I've ever wanted the Hellboy world to feel like. Yeah. I'm writing his stories for him because his ghost showed up and told me some stuff. Stuff very much like this is in the Witchfinder and the Hellboy stuff. These are the characters that they're just footnotes in that Hellboy world. I was born in Berkeley. I grew up in Oakland, California. I have 2 brothers, and we were raised by a workaholic father. We grew up without a mother, so it was just our dad, and he worked all day, so we were just pretty much on our own.
Our dad was total blue collar. He didn't understand anything about us. We were like space creatures to him.
He couldn't say he loved us.
No.
You know, like you'd go to leave and you'd say, I love you, Dad. And he'd just pretend he didn't hear you. But you knew it was in there. He was of that generation where you can't speak your feelings.
I think his father did the best that he could, but it wasn't very warm and fuzzy.
Mike, he was just a little tiny kid.
He wasn't particularly well socialized, I don't think, because
No.
he didn't have a lot of friends.
I was such a shy kid. I don't think any teacher even knew I was in the classroom. It's not like I wore a Halloween costume to class. I mean, you know, nobody worried about it.
It was a tough upbringing. He literally doesn't remember a lot of it, which I think is a safety mechanism. He was very focused on what he wanted to do, and he went home every day and he just buried himself in his art.
I was a late reader. I was a slow reader. I had a wonderful teacher who just pointed out to me one day, "What are you into?" She kind of took me to the library and said, "Here's books about this stuff you like." And then I turned into a big reader. I remember in elementary school, books I used to check out of the library over and over and over again. One was on Norse mythology. One was a book about true ghosts that had a supposedly true photograph of a ghost on the cover. So yeah, so monsters, ghosts, as far back as I can remember. No idea why. To me, it was normal. My fixation on ghosts and vampires.
Fortunately, I had two brothers to be an outsider with. We had very similar interests, and we did have complete freedom. So we would just do stuff together.
I was just up the road from Berkeley. My
How the
brothers
hell
and
am I supposed to draw a
would
freaking
take the
building,
bus
man?
down to Berkeley
Oh.
almost every weekend. Berkeley in those days was made of used bookstores. There was maybe 4 or 5 used bookstores we would hit in a day. And I was reading everything.
We just had the places that we always went. I mean, Moe's, that one is the one we spent the most time in. You can actually see it in The Graduate.
We would spend a full day haunting the bookstores and the record stores and then ending up at the UC Theater. It was such a big period as far as education, being exposed to foreign films and old films and authors I've never read before.
Yeah, over there was supernatural. And over here was folklore, Western religion, sexuality. Ooh, they didn't have that when I was here. Dracula was my favorite book. I was really into Conan, which kind of opened my eyes to all the weird tales era 20s and 30s pulp magazine guys, which, you know, led to Lovecraft and everything else. I can never overstate how big those few years were, where it seemed like everything I read pointed me to something else, or I would get hooked on an author and everything was there.
In high school, he didn't have a lot of friends. He was always sitting by himself at lunch with a book in front of his face. And he'd go home and he would just draw.
At that point, I had a vague idea that someday I would draw monsters for a living. But where do you go to draw monsters for a living? My father was the one who wanted me to go to art school. I was in art school for 2 years. I was thinking, you know, I got to figure out how to make a living at this. Somewhere in there, I started buying comics. Kind of thought, oh, I want to do that kind of stuff. I'd never tried drawing comic book pages. I didn't think that was something I would ever be able to do. I remember looking at Terry Austin. Terry was an inker.
What is an inker? According to Chasing Amy, they're tracers.
It's not tracing, all right? I add depth and shading to give the image more definition.
No. You go over what he draws with a pen, all right? That's tracing.
They are not tracers. Inkers are people who interpret what the penciler has put down for reproduction.
I thought, well, maybe I could do that. You know, I ink my own work. I can use a brush. I can use a pen. I can break in as an inker, and that'll be my main income.
Back in the 80s, you needed to be in New York, in the New York area, to break into comics at that point.
That's where the word was. You can go to Marvel or DC, make friends with the editors and say, hey, I need rent money. Can you give me some work, please?
I met a guy in art school, and his plan when he graduated was to
move to New York. And I went, cool, is there room for another guy? It turned out he was, I don't want to say he was crazy, but he didn't really plan things very carefully. We landed in New York, and this was 82, right? So New York was still a kind of a scary place, and it was one of those perfect New York City days you would see in movies. You know, everybody's sitting on the stoops, and you're in the East Village, and it was like, wow. So I ended up in this loft, and I remember going into this dark corner that turned out to be a kitchen. It was that classic skeevy New York thing where apparently no one there had ever washed a dish. They just piled them on where the sink used to be. And when you switched on the light, everything started crawling really fast. And I said, dude, I can't do this. And I remember walking through the Bowery, and this sounds fake, but I swear to God, this is the way I remember it. There was a guy sitting in a half-collapsed cardboard box, and he had a plastic leg, and his plastic foot was pointed in the wrong direction. It was like this. In my mind, it was a G.I. Joe leg, and his foot was pointed like that. And I just thought, I'm not tough enough to live in a box with a plastic leg, so I'm just gonna die. And at the same time, I've gone up to Marvel thinking, oh, I'm gonna be an inker. My first inking job was 5 pages of an issue of The Defenders. And I was working over an artist who wasn't great. And I inked 5 pages, and they were terrible. I made it look worse. But I remember Butch Geist did a pinup for the Micronauts, penciled. And I came in to pick up this pinup to ink. And the assistant editor, who nobody was afraid of, handed me that pinup. And I said, when do you need it? And she said, take your time. Because if you turn in another job like that Defender's job, and she didn't finish the sentence. That was the scariest moment of my life. And I had no fallback plan. My portfolio was what my portfolio was, but my example of me really working was being terrible. I'm in New York. I probably have no place to live. All your plans have all gone to shit. I thought, I'm gonna die here. I wrote letters to my dad. And my brothers said that my father, who was a very tough guy, he said, yeah, a couple times he looked like he was gonna cry because New York just chewed me up.
If he wasn't in New York and he wasn't in the doorway the day Al Milgrom or somebody needed something inked that night, it would have been hard to break in. So Mike got work just because he was standing in doorways.
Because I wasn't any good and I was trying to get work, I would just hang out in the bullpen. And that's how I eventually got work, because somebody's like, that poor bastard out there is pretty terrible, but we need this book tomorrow. So if that guy can hold a pen, give him work. Thank God Marvel was publishing so much back then. They just needed a warm body who could hold a pen. And so my inking career started. And I was in New York, so eventually a job showed up, Master of Kung Fu. They just literally needed somebody. And I was there. Master of Kung Fu ended, and they were rolling me over with that same artist onto Daredevil. So I must have felt like, oh, okay, we're up and rolling. Because I basically left New York as soon as I thought I had a career. As soon as I moved back to California, the inking career pretty much dried up because you're still not very good, and now you're all the way across the country. And they don't see your sad face sitting in the office every morning going, do you have any work? I ran into my original editor, Al Milgrom, and he said, so I noticed your inking career's over. are you ready to try drawing comics now? And I said, yeah, I have no skills of any kind other than, whatever little drawing ability I have. So that's how I became a bad comic book artist. The first couple things I did a couple short stories, really bad ones. And then I landed this Rocket Raccoon book. Rocket Raccoon had been drawn, I think, only twice before I did it. So I did the biggest Rocket Raccoon thing. Doesn't bear any resemblance to what's on the screen, but I was a link in that chain. And then from there I went to the Hulk, which was like, oh, the Hulk's a monster, and he's in space. So that's cool, except that my second issue was all flashbacks of Bruce Banner in high school. So I remember that just being one of those, I'm not gonna survive. Comics to me always seemed like they were made out of stuff that I wouldn't know how to draw, because I'm not cut out to draw superheroes. So how long am I going to be able to hide in the fringes and get away with things like, oh, it's a space book about raccoons? Not that anybody told me I had to draw a certain way, but there was a lot of pressure about being at Marvel Comics and doing those kind of characters.
The way that corporate giants like Marvel and DC work is more of a factory model. You may have as many as 6 or 7 people who've had direct creative input into what you see on a single page in a standard Marvel book. It's not the kind of system where a single creator can have an auteurist vision that they can bring to the page.
At Marvel, you got to know where you fit in, where you will be the best piece of the machine.
I was making a living and I was doing it, but it was just fear and panic and struggle. I was taking whatever jobs I could get, and I was not very good. I couldn't work for Marvel anymore, or I didn't want to work for Marvel anymore. And so I just left.
I'm Steve Purcell. I'm an illustrator and director and cartoonist, and created Sam & Max Freelance Police. That's probably what I'm best known for.
My name is Arthur Adams. I draw comics.
Steve and I were at art school together. Separate from that, Arthur and I met at conventions. Arthur was like one of the stars of the local conventions. So sooner or later, the three of us ended up living in the same building.
And we just sit around, draw comics, go see movies, and eat horrible pizza or whatever. We were just hanging out, being idiots.
3 guys who work at home who would just wander into each other's apartment and say, what are you doing? You want to go get a pizza? Or you want to go to the movies? It was very much like the Seinfeld show in those days. It's not fair to say Arthur was Kramer, but I was clearly George. And if anybody was a leader, it was Steve. Also, he had a car.
I had the car, so I was sort of the ringleader of our hijinks.
Our careers were getting going, but it wasn't like there was any kind of competition.
I'm a big fan of what Mike does, but I don't want to do it. It's really funny because we would notice that we were taking about as much time to draw a page, except I was adding more lines while he would spend the day taking lines out. So making things very black and white, and I was trying to make things a muddy mess.
Mike was kind of pointed at something, and it seemed like he had something in mind that he was looking for. It was almost like he's planting seeds for something that you wouldn't see come to fruition for another 10 years or something like that.
I remember Mike and Arthur and Steve would come over.
I felt like I got to be an honorary Mignola brother because we would all hang out up at their dad's house and get into our hijinks up there, like where we invented Fizzball.
Fizzball started stupider than it finished. And it finished pretty stupid.
Fizzball is what happens when Steve and Arthur and me and my brother are in my dad's backyard on Super Bowl Sunday, and my dad would buy this cheap, shitty beer. I'm sure like a penny a case.
It burns when it touches your lips.
Somebody pitched the beer and somebody hit it with this axe handle, and it somehow evolved into doing that all day long.
And ideally, if you could make the can explode, that was the coolest.
I remember Arthur hitting this can, and it tore apart and just spun around directly over his head. Like this slow motion octopus of foam.
Showering down this burning acidic beer.
I remember saying to Steve, you gotta put that in Sam & Max, because that was the stupidest fucking thing we've ever done.
I thought it would be fun to do a double-page spread that was how to play this goofy game and sort of filter it through Sam & Max's sensibility. Like, what would they think about it if they invented this game?
And after that came out, this thing gets picked up all the way across the country.
At the time, Mike's dad was just watching us, and I remember him just going, fucking idiots.
Mike's dad was kind of, you guys are weird.
Fucking idiots.
Mike would tell people about these activities that we would do, and they would say, oh, I didn't know you guys grew up together. Like they thought we were little kids when we would do this stuff, when they'd hear these stories, but it turned out, I don't know, this was like 2 weeks ago. That apartment that we lived at was just a couple of blocks from the cemetery, and so it was a short jaunt to go up there.
One of the other few healthy things we did would go for a nice walk up at the cemetery because it's beautiful there.
Cemeteries are so nice, man.
Mountain View Cemetery, I think it's the largest above-ground cemetery in Northern California.
It's designed by the same fellow who designed Central Park in New York, so it's mostly just very pretty.
I like cemeteries. If you look around, this is the perfect cemetery. Everything is cocked at an odd angle. See? Not straight up and down. That's the way cemeteries should be.
Why were we going to a cemetery? I think probably that goes back to our mother dying when we were young. She had colon cancer. You know, having an early exposure to death and having to understand it, like your mother's not coming back. What's the next step? The cemetery.
My mother died when I was 7. On some level, that's influenced the work.
That imagery Mike has used and used. There's so much great statuary.
There's so many.
There's one.
I think it's that one.
No. I came back from New York with my tail between my legs, 83, and that's when I moved in the building. Around that time, I realized I was kind of running out of... I thought, I don't know how I'm going to be able to stay in comics. I'm not cut out to draw cars and buildings. Most of the stuff that comics are made of.
I think that Mike was ill-suited for most of the work he was given in the 80s. Anytime that he was asked to draw like a superhero book, by and large, that was not a great fit.
I wanted to be one of those pretty picture guys. I wanted to be an illustrator. I wanted to be, Frazetta, and I wanted to be Wrightson. But when I did Cosmic Odyssey, I was drawing a lot of Kirby characters. I mean, you look at early 1960s Marvel Comics. Jack Kirby created the look. He created the characters. That guy is inventing everything. But I never really thought of him as an influence because Jack's stuff was so exaggerated and I was still trying to be perfect. So when I did Cosmic Odyssey, I spent a solid year with Kirby characters on my drawing table. And that was the missing ingredient in turning me into whatever the fuck I am now. The freedom to exaggerate was kind of like zapping the Frankenstein monster with electricity. And then stuff exploded.
There were a couple of books where he was able to kind of stretch his legs a little bit. There was an issue of Legends of the Dark Knight that let him do a little bit more of his stuff.
The biggest breakthrough thing, for God knows what reason, Archie Goodwin said to me, well, you should try writing an issue of Batman. I wish I could find the mausoleum that I used in Batman. I don't know how to draw cars, but I can draw cemeteries and spooky shit and Victorian-looking shit. I came up with basically a straight kind of vampire ghost Batman story. Archie said, yeah, do that. That was huge. Not just because it was my story, but it was all my visuals. It was the kind of shit that was inside my head. It was the kind of shit I read. And I
Damn,
thought,
my mic's picking up Ranger.
if I could do this, this will work.
And it was awesome. It was awesome.
Sanctum. Batman in a graveyard, falls into the grave, blood everywhere, crazy things happen.
That's when Mike becomes Mike. All of a sudden, he goes full expressionistic.
What I loved about that Legends of the Dark Knight comic was it really brought the gothic side of Batman.
You really got the sense that this entire comic was lit by candlelight because of so much black. And his use of shadows and silhouette are just, fantastic.
I think Mike is an amazing Batman artist. The way that he's all trunk, he's just this big bruiser. It's frightening in how he clearly is in touch with a lot of that darkness.
A lot of people say that was the first Hellboy story.
It's a proto-Hellboy story.
That's as close to a Hellboy story as you can imagine.
I came out of that book going, that's what I do. That is my kind of
I
story.
have to sleep. I'm not stopping.
I wasn't sure I could write my own stuff, but I did like making up the stuff. And then the thought was, well, do I do this with Wolverine? How many times are they going to let me do a supernatural Batman story? How am I going to get away with continuing to do stories like that? Who's my guy?
And who was your guy?
That was Hellboy. That's the original Hellboy drawing. The one that started it all, the one where I just drew a monster and then stuck the name Hellboy on it, which I guess is a historical artifact now. There was no real idea for Hellboy. I was supposed to do a convention, and the convention asked for a drawing to go in their program book. So I just drew a monster. And when the monster was done, I'd given him this big, weird-shaped belt buckle thing. And I thought, it needs something. And I wrote Hellboy. And I thought it was hilarious. And that was it. After I'd done this Batman book that I plotted myself, I thought, oh, I want to do more stuff like that. I just needed the main character. So I said, well, I want to draw a book about a guy fighting monsters. And if the main character is a monster, then I'm drawing monsters all the time. And if I could get away with that, that would be the end-all, be-all. I went in the studio and I came out later and said, I figured it out, and it's Hellboy.
And I just rolled my eyes, and that was that.
The look on her face said, we're always going to live in a studio apartment.
I figured I could work for the rest of our lives. I'm like, if that makes you happy, go and do it.
And that's when I started thinking about who Hellboy is. For Hellboy to be the kind of person that I wanted him to be, I needed to give him a certain kind of background. And that was, again, my father. His stories about the GIs and the kind of people he spent time with, the stories I would hear about his army buddies and stuff, I said, yeah, that would create this guy. My father was a very tough guy. Not a mean guy, but he was physically strong and tough.
I remember, I think one of the anecdotes of some of Hellboy's personality was Mike observing his dad coming home from the cabinet shop, and he had like a splinter coming out of his head or something, and he like pulled it out with pliers, and crap.
He was a cabinet maker, so he always came home scarred up and bloody, and his hands were dry and hard.
And his hands were always like big and cracked from the glue at the shop. They were like wood. They'd just crack open, there wouldn't be blood.
It really served me well knowing what Hellboy's hand felt like. I knew Hellboy could strike a match on his hand. My dad always had the cigarette hanging out of the corner of his mouth. And he just had a very casual way about injury. Like, Dad, why is there blood all over you? I got my hand stuck in this machine. You just go, he's the toughest guy on earth. And so that very much went into what Hellboy was like.
So Hellboy is very much like a blue-collar figure, and all of his buddies are blue-collar. Like, it's a job. Monster hunting and occult investigation is not this rarefied thing in the world of Hellboy. It's kind of government work.
There's no pretense about him. He really would rather not go save the world. He really would rather sit there and watching the Three Stooges and Marx Brothers movies.
I think one of his advantages is that he is so basic and he has very simple pleasures and just wants to live a simple life.
This is the original Hellboy coat. The first couple of drawings of Hellboy, he was just a bare-chested thing, and it was fine. It was kind of Hulk-ish. He had little pants on and stuff, but something was missing. I just went to my closet. I had bought this coat a couple years before because I loved the Western, the Long Riders. You know, they wore those thin, long duster coats, and that's what made him work. Putting the coat on him made it work. And I thought, what's the next move gonna be?
When I started Dark Horse, I wanted to start a comic book publishing company that stood for creator ownership and creator freedom. I had targeted a certain group of creators that I wanted to come and work with us. I offered to let them own their work too.
In the 90s, Dark Horse was one of a tiny handful of independent comic book publishers, not owned by a large corporation like Marvel or DC. And creators were realizing that they could have more freedom working independently. The door of opportunity has opened in a way.
I chased Mike a couple years, and he used to say, "Why do you want me?" and that kind of stuff, very self-effacing. And one day he just came to me and said, "I've got this project. You probably won't want it." And it's called Hellboy. And I said, "Let's do it."
The way I remembered, he went, okay. I mean, who the fuck does that? You have no giant track record of success, and you've just told us the stupidest name for a character. Yeah, you can do that.
To me, that was sort of a watershed moment in the comics industry.
When I did that first Hellboy miniseries, I thought nobody was gonna buy this fucking thing. And I was right.
On its initial release, Hellboy was not a huge success. In fact, the first issue did not even break into the top 300 books. But sometimes you gotta forget the commercial concerns and take the artistic risk. Eventually, people are gonna catch up.
Some people recognized Mike's talent right away. He was unique and original. You'd see his art, you recognize it as Mignola art.
I remember right at the very beginning of my comics career being asked who I wanted to work with and asking for Mike. He was simply the most evocative artist around.
There's something so compelling about Mike's drawing. It was art house for comic books.
He wasn't using like the typical shapes that you would see in a comics, the way a mouth was formed, the rings under the eyes. Nobody else was doing that stuff.
It's lit in these extreme ways. The use of the heavy chiaroscuro black ink and the way that everything in Hellboy is sort of emerging out of darkness.
I see the darkness in Mignola's art as being very related to the sublime. It has more to do with the power of what you're not able to see than spooky darkness.
I think Alan Moore once described the Hellboy style as Jack Kirby lit by German expressionist filmmakers.
I've seen guys try to imitate, and I myself have tried to imitate certain parts, but nobody can do what he does, and I'll just learn from it.
Just as I went to animation school at CalArts, I discovered Mike. And I was in a character design class, and I remember the teacher said, bring art from different artists so that we can break it down. And I brought a Hellboy comic in. And the teacher did a whole class on, look how smart this artist is. Look how he's referencing Kirby, but at the same time, he's being very cinematic. It was like German expressionism. And just hearing an art teacher talk about a comic like that made me go, holy cow, this is incredible.
I'm continually astounded by how quickly my first pass through a page is, and then at the end of the page, I'll pause and I'm like, I gotta go back and like look at this beat by beat. What a thing.
Mike, the way he paces a page, the way he lays out the rhythm, and when he interrupts with a little detail, it can be a robin in a branch, a flower. To me, he's one of the great, great masters of that.
And it's just little snapshots. It's not like big panorama. It's like, here's a little bit of the environment. Like, here's a weird headstone, or here's a crow.
I would always come back to those little panels. It feels like the panels themselves are like the dust hanging in the air that makes you stay there.
None of those things are supposed to work, but they completely work. And that really is him. Like, nobody else can really do it.
All right, so you do that.
We usually come out here every morning, or we used to.
Yeah.
Too bad you guys weren't here a little while ago. The garden was fantastic.
Yeah, she also tends to plant stuff and then not know what she planted.
But I do it on purpose, like kind of like a surprise. I'll just plant like a variety of tomatoes and not know what I'm gonna get.
Christine's a big part of the Hellboy story. A lot of times without our significant others, we wouldn't really follow our heart to do the thing that we're passionate about. We would do the most pragmatic thing.
There's so many creators out there that don't want to take the economic chance, the financial risk of trying to create something and stick with it over time.
I figured I would do Hellboy, and then I would bounce back to DC and see if I could talk him into doing another Batman or something.
You could go do Batman, and you could make probably more money per issue than you could for doing your own creator-own work.
But I remember specifically my wife saying, if you really want to do this thing, do it again. My wife, who never really tells me what to do, gave me that gentle little, if you like doing it, why don't you just keep doing it? Show the audience that you care about this thing.
We met in April of 1988. One of my friends was getting married, and we took her out for a bachelorette party, and he was at a bachelor party in the same restaurant.
It was a Mexican restaurant, and there was a lot of margaritas going on. The couple women that were still sober enough to walk came over to see what was this gigantic table of guys wearing glasses.
The whole restaurant was basically one big party, and that's where I met him.
I guess Christine and I were talking. There's actually photos of when we met, which is pretty funny.
It boiled down to, will you just get her phone number already? What's wrong with you?
Which is something I never would have done. I was too shy, too awkward, but I guess I'd had enough drinks that I went, okay, and I did, and that was it.
And basically he moved in with me like 3 months after because I had air conditioning and he didn't. 3 years later, we got married.
It was a good thing.
And Christine's so level-headed. Yeah. Mike, I feel, would have been successful. I don't think he would have been as successful without Christine. She instilled a confidence in him that he was not going to have on his own.
And I pushed him. I said, create your character and stick with it, get it rolling. He loved doing it, and everybody can see how much he loved doing it. So for him to give it up just didn't make any sense to me.
So really, we have your wife to thank for Hellboy.
Almost everything. When I did that first Hellboy miniseries, I talked to John Byrne about scripting my book because I'm afraid of writing. He wrote the first Hellboy series. He knew I should be doing it myself, but I just wasn't confident. Because I never set out to be a writer, but there was a part of me that said, if I didn't start writing, I don't know how long I could have kept drawing comics, just getting scripts from other people.
His brain is constant. I mean, it's constant. And he sees things differently than other people.
So when I started writing, it was like magic to me. Things just appear. Characters start talking to each other, and you're like, I didn't know that. I just got to sit back and let these characters talk and then try to write it down. It's like it's coming from some place. I did still think I'm an artist first before I'm a writer. I'm never going to be Ray Bradbury, never going to be Neil Gaiman, so stick to what you do and hide behind the artwork. I'm not going to try to describe what the wind smells like, but I can draw leaves blowing. Once it started to work, it was like you grew an extra arm. Suddenly you went, I'm in control. It's a whole different thing.
He'll be like, oh, I just came up with a story in the shower. And he runs down and he writes it up and he's like, oh my God, I'm a failure. Nobody's gonna ever want it.
The second one I wrote myself. I figured that was gonna blow. And then the third one I did was funny. That was a real breakout moment for me. I had so much fun drawing it. And then when it was over, I looked at it and went, oh my God, it's unpublishable. And then everybody said, oh, it's the best thing you've ever done.
Hellboy the Corpse is short, but it delivers a lot of story. It's one of the best ones we've ever done, honestly.
This is when I thought it reached an apex. It's like a song. It's so perfect and concise.
So it's the best thing I've ever done, and it's the most fun I ever had. I guess that's pretty good.
I own a few pages of The Corpse, including the page that I consider the most perfect. It took me a long, long time to get that one.
When Mike started writing, Hellboy became a much better, madder, weirder book. And the book went on to be hugely successful.
That changed everything.
Mr. Mignola, take us around your lovely studio.
More books.
One of the things that distinguishes Hellboy in the time that it appeared is the willingness on Mignola's part to do something like actual research.
There's so many books in his studio. He's like, I almost want to say a scholar. He's just really dedicated to art and to mythology.
This funky thing, a book on Norse mythology. The Norse had the best monsters.
Mignola clearly loves reading and reads deeply different folklore, different traditions, Japanese, Middle European, African, Icelandic. I think it's amazing. He's just created this beautiful and tragic supernatural world.
I'd never read anything that analyzes fairy tales and folklore because I like the stories. I've tried to maintain and maybe focus on the strange rhythms to those stories without kind of over-analyzing.
I just always love whenever he's using folklore in his stuff, that there's never a time where it says like, can we find out about Baba Yaga when she was young and who was mean to her? He just doesn't do that. You're just gonna still go with it. Even if later you go like, wait, what? But it's too late. You already enjoyed the story.
Del Toro and I would always refer to this fairy tale logic, which I can't explain, but if you read enough of that stuff, you go, this feels right.
As a kid from Tijuana, I was raised Catholic, and so all that mythology and all the iconography spoke so much to me. And I think Hellboy really speaks to a part of the world that grew up with all those stories.
I mean, I was raised Catholic, so the imagery, the ritual, and the drama of it is super appealing.
It's clear Mignola is very well read and very much in love with all this lore.
Every demon from every narrative you've ever imagined is part of this world.
He uses all these stories from all over the world and introduces characters like the Baba Yaga or Kapasats to people like me who didn't know.
Hellboy was always the kind of book that once people did discover it, they stayed with it. So although it was not blowing anybody's minds in terms of its sales, Hellboy had a loyal fan base.
When I'd gotten Hellboy going, Dark Horse approached me about optioning it for a film. I figured it was free money. A movie option just means somebody can make a movie. So it was a no-brainer to say, yeah, sure, I'll do the option deal. I thought, nobody's ever gonna make a Hellboy movie.
I was a follower of Mike since his DC Comics days. I knew he was the big lips, little feet guy back then. And then Hellboy came into my life in the mid-90s. I was preparing and shooting Mimic, and I would go to the comic book shop in Toronto and say, is the new Hellboy in? And it was like being a kid again.
The possibility of the Hellboy movie wasn't going anywhere. And then Del Toro came to Dark Horse and said, I'm the guy to direct that movie.
I think it started with my gratitude for saving my sanity during Mimic. I wanted to do a movie of what I felt about the character.
He was going through a rough patch after Mimic. I think that might have been the reason why he was so in love with the character.
So I took Guillermo to introduce him to Mike up here in Portland.
Richardson was very nervous that I was going to blow this deal.
Richardson was really worried because Mike is known to have a very short temper. So Richardson said, don't do any nicknames or be too childlike. And I was like, all right.
So we're in Portland. Where do you go in Portland? You go to Powell's. And I think as soon as Richardson left us there, Del Toro says, we have to play a trick on that guy.
And I said, why don't you call Mike Richardson and tell him the meeting was horrible? And he called Richardson and said, you know what he wants to do? You know who he wants to cast? And he just said, no, I'm joking. It went well.
Del Toro thought it was hilarious, which also cemented the relationship between me and Del Toro. We got along great.
I think Mike and I intersect on 90% of our tastes. We will love the same occult compendiums and the same writers. When I go to visit somebody's house, I gravitate to the bookshelf, and I know what person that person is.
He would call me Magnus.
Magnus, because of a short story by M.R. James called Count Magnus.
And then it took 6 years to get the first movie made. Because it turns out, wanting to make a movie about a red monster with a tail, starring Ron Perlman, is not as easy a sale as you would think it would be.
Hellboy was a whole pilgrimage. To get the movie, we wrote the screenplay, we did the designs, and everybody said no. Nobody wanted to greenlight a big-ish movie with Ron Perlman.
I knew Ron had been in Del Toro's first movie, and I couldn't imagine anybody else.
The minute he kind of downloaded me about Hellboy, yeah, my mouth watered a little bit, but I didn't allow myself the luxury of thinking I could ever play him because I understand that if you're going to do a franchise movie for a studio, they want to hedge their bet, and they want to get a guy who's got a track record and a name.
They say, can The Rock be Hellboy? He said, we'll greenlight it with him. I said, F that. I don't want that.
Del Toro is stubborn and persistent and charming and stubborn and persistent. It just went on for years.
Whenever we were together, I would say, Guillermo, go make the movie with Nick Cage, whoever you have to make it with. Go make it. It's too good a project. But he never intended to do it unless he could do it his way.
And finally, my agent said, if you want to do Hellboy, you got to do Blade 2. Because nobody is going to think you're going to do Hellboy by seeing Kronos or Devil's Backbone or even Mimic. You got to show what you can do with action. I thought casting Ron as Reinhardt would also position him as an action man, as a guy that fills the screen. And I said to Mike, would you like to design stuff for Blade?
It's not what I do. I'm not a film designer, but I said yes. I think I was there so Del Toro could see if we could do Hellboy together. This was the first experience I had working with Del Toro. I remember I was only in the office for like a week, and he came into my office and said, Magnus, next week we're going to Prague. Do you have your passport? I'm like, what are you talking about? We're gonna scout locations. You better get some warm clothes too. Okay. Went home, got my passport, bought some winter clothes, went to Prague. Prague was still a little bit like the Wild West.
And Mike and I scouted the sewers. We scouted factories, and we tried to get into a church that had a mummified arm.
We would have like our driver driving us around to scout locations. And once the driver, who was a really scary looking guy, drives out in the middle of nowhere to some forest, and we thought we were going to die. And we're in the back seat laughing. It was an adventure. And I think we spent more time looking for puppets than we spent scouting locations.
Blade was a great shoot. It was fun. I loved it. And it opened very big.
That was a huge weekend. So on the Monday, After the opening weekend, everybody in town wanted to jump on the Guillermo del Toro train.
And Del Toro called me and said, Blade is #1 at the box office. If they don't say yes to Hellboy now, they never will.
In the early 90s, I was working in Warner Brothers Animation Studio, and I remember seeing some cover artwork that Mike had done, and I was captivated by his use of silhouette, strong graphic design, where the lines are so crisp and the shapes are so distinct.
People say less is
Oh,
more
actually?
all the time. Mike doesn't put down extra lines. He doesn't leave out lines that are needed.
Mike was all about simplifying it down, and you can watch it through his career. It's not easier, it's kind of harder to do.
This reminds me of a story. So I had lunch with Mike, and I remember asking him, like, hey man, so in your art, it goes to dark. I love the implication of what's not there. That the absence of things, you're telling us things about that. How did you come up with that? He goes, yeah, I just didn't want to draw the background.
Mignola's simplified design just translated so well to animation. I think it was 1997, I met the romance model, Fabio. He basically said, oh, I want to do an animated series. I'm thinking about like Thor. So the next thing I knew, we're doing this animated series with Fabio. You know, in my mind, there's only one person I wanted to design it. And Mike was like, oh yeah, it sounds like fun. The series never went anywhere, but I always loved Mike's work on the series. Fabio was not a fan of Mike's designs. He wanted something more cartoony and more realistic, because you know Fabio doesn't know anything about art. But also doing a show in Mignola's design style in '97 was way too early. It was very avant-garde and very daring. And while the artists loved it, a lot of executives couldn't grasp how awesome it was. However, all the artists at Disney feature were definitely thinking the same thing, which is why they had him working on Atlantis at the time.
So Atlantis was a movie that was being made when I was in school, and we had teachers
So
come in
good.
and go, we got Mike Mignola to design Atlantis. People were cheering. It was like, it's gonna happen. This movie's gonna look different. And they would bring all these beautiful drawings he had done, and we were all like, ooh, ah.
I actually had a lot to do with the story on Atlantis, or at least the big final arc was an idea I had. It was just one of those, hey, what if this happened? And suddenly it's this big epic conclusion to the film.
And then opening night, I go to the movies, I get my popcorn, and I watch the movie, and just like everybody, I was like, where's the Mignola? What happened? So huge missed opportunity. I'm sure everybody there agrees that that movie should have looked better.
We started work on the Atlantis series before Atlantis was finished. And I said, this is fantastic. I'm never going to get to do the Hellboy series. So this is going to be as close as I can get to it. Atlantis came out, didn't do well. For whatever reason, Disney washed their hands of it immediately and like took a loss on it. We ended up laying off 85 people on Friday the 13th.
In retrospect, Disney's Atlantis was a significant movie. You can still see its impact in contemporary pop culture, and a lot of that is now attributed to Mignola's contribution to the work.
And that goes back to the basic idea that if you could capture Mike's artwork and just animate it, it would have been a big hit.
Well, I'm Chris P, and I run an animation studio named Titmouse, and one of the very early jobs we did was The Amazing Screw-On Head, which was a Mike Mignola project.
Let me screw on head.
Mike's work has been incredibly influential in the world of animation because he cracked this thing that people who do animation really zoned in on, the reduced style with like the amount of lines and the amount of colors and stuff like that. And that's why we were able to make this Amazing Screw-On Head look so much like a comic.
Mr. Droid? Here, sir. I had read Amazing Screw-On Head when it first came out. I loved it. I loved those last 3 pages of 3 horrible women and a monkey. Gorgeous. I just got asked to audition, and I got the part of the butler. Good show. I didn't even know that Paul Giamatti was going to be
Good
reading
shit.
Screw on Head.
I'm not comfortable with this level of intimacy from someone in your position.
Yes, sir.
It was such a departure for what anybody was doing. Nothing looked like that. Nothing had a story like that. Nothing had characters like that. There wasn't even stuff like that on Adult Swim yet.
I'm so excited. I just made water in my pantaloons.
I just made water in my pantaloons.
We're coming for you, America.
It didn't end up getting picked up, right?
It never went anywhere. It's too bad. I think it was a little bit ahead of its time.
So despite his genius, or perhaps even because of it, animation didn't really work out for Mike. He was too far ahead of his time for Hollywood.
Oh, you having it?
All right, I'm starting to like this a lot more than the last ones.
Reading Hellboy, I felt that there's a power in being like, we're the underdogs and our comic is also an underdog. And the fact that Hellboy is the hero but also a monster is just a beautiful touch, because Mike's universe offers like a gateway for those kids, those adults who don't see themselves in like Superman and Batman and Captain America and all the rest.
Because I don't understand them. You write what you know. As a kid, I was the only guy I knew who liked what I liked and did what I did. I just read books and watched old movies, and I was an artist. And it was kind of isolating.
Within a fandom like this, a lot of misfits can find their people.
The heroes that Mike Mignola has created are flawed misfits. They have insecurities about their looks, their powers. There's a lot of internal conflict in these characters that he's created. And I think that audiences really connect with that kind of character.
The way that they're all trying to navigate who they are and feeling like monsters. When I was a teenager, I really felt like that. I didn't know where I was supposed to fit.
I think a lot of misfits feel that way too, of, no, I don't fit into these categories, but there has to be a place for me. I can't escape this world, so can't there be a place for me?
I think that's part of the brilliance of Hellboy, is that Hellboy's constantly got to prove, he's one of us. He's here on our side.
The idea of the hero as monster is something that only really decisively enters the superhero genre in the 1960s with the Hulk and the Thing and Kirby's work. That notion of the hero as monster kind of falls away in the early days of the 90s, where you have instead sort of the hero as super jacked, Rambo-esque type. But you don't have a sense of shame, self-hatred, a recognition of the idea that one's own appearance might actually terrify the people that you're trying to help. And Mignola rediscovered those pieces of the superhero narrative and then really detaching them from a lot of the other superhero trappings.
The way he treats monsters, specifically Hellboy, I really believe it's the ultimate immigrant story, right? He's an immigrant from hell, came to Earth. People don't think he's a good person. They think he's here to hurt us, and he turns out to be a good person. It was like, that's an outsider like me.
And that's really what I think Hellboy is about. It's about the fact that we all feel like misfits. We all feel like we're trying to cut off some part of our personality, which seems to describe our nature that we don't want people to know about. That's a universal feeling.
I remember there's one of the stories where Hellboy's talking to another character who says, because you're gonna wear the crown and you're gonna be this, you're gonna be this. And the next panel, Hellboy says, I'm not, I'm never going to be, and I never want to talk about this again, because that was me.
There's a lot of Mike in Hellboy as well. It's some conglomeration of Mike and his dad together living in that character.
There is a bit of my father in Hellboy, but Hellboy's personality is mine. He is my stand-in for me.
We all feel that way to some degree at some point in our life. That's why Mike's universe does resonate.
That's the beauty of Hellboy. It's one of those things where people can find out they're not in it alone. My dad was the first movie freak I ever knew. And of all the things that I saw, the one that was like a dagger to the soul was Charles Laughton in Hunchback of Notre Dame, because there he was, this horrible, disfigured outcast, and the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. all in one being. And I went, holy shit. If I have a shot at being in a world where I can make somebody feel like this guy just made me feel, I'm probably gonna start crying. But yeah, when you touch people who relate, you know, it's not quite as good as a paycheck, but it's a close second. If you're in this business long enough, you learn that everything is going to fall apart. Because usually it does. That's the way it fucking works in Hollywood.
Any hope I had for the Hellboy movie was gone. Especially if the thing drags on for years. You figure they're never gonna make it.
Blade 2 made so much money. The weekend it opened, I said to Mike, if we don't get the green light on Monday, we were never gonna make it.
After the Blade 2, everybody said, you know, in a perfect world, what would you want to do next? He said Hellboy. And only one guy in town, Joe Roth, said, yeah, I can do that.
It's taken 5 years to get here. And we're here with all the people we wanted to be here with. The director who wanted to do it. We got the star that we agreed on the very first time we spoke.
I look forward to having an amazing time working on a magical property and a fantastic adaptation thereof.
I realized it pretty early on that there's so many great things about your thing being adapted, but if your thing is even moderately successful, you're gonna live in the shadow of that because more people are gonna know it as a movie.
That's where Hellboy comes from.
It took years for me to get the comic up and running. I've just gotten to the point where I'm starting to see a bunch of different stories I want to do and an arc for this character. And now I have to run the risk of them making a terrible movie with this kid Del Toro, who, you know, is kind of like an up-and-coming guy, but, you know, it's a pretty untested guy.
You pattern that thing on Samuel with some of these same kind of shapes.
This can be confusing. Like, is it a scar? It's your confusing design.
It's your confusing movie. Oh!
There was a part of me that said, it's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be terrible beyond anything anybody can imagine. And this movie will be so colossally horrible that I'll never be able to touch Hellboy again. I will have completely ruined this thing I had going.
Being a huge Hellboy fan and seeing those first publicity stills, part of me was scared, to be honest, because as an artist, I adore the way Mike draws. So I went, oh, it's a movie. Like, it's not gonna look like the comic. So it took me a while to sort of get into that space.
Early on in pre-production, I said, I cannot make the comic work just in service to the material. The virtues of the comic are not possible to do in the movie. The depth of the universe is impossible to replicate. And I know this because I tried. Mike's use of light is impossible to replicate in the real world.
There was a major jumping off point going from a comic book thing where you have a character that speaks in one-word sentences to creating a film where he's speaking in full sentences and he's moving and he's three-dimensional and he's got blood flowing through his veins.
I knew that if the movie was true to itself, the comic was safe. It's not like we altered the comic.
When the film is over and done with, the comic is what it was. It's not like when the film is done, suddenly I start drawing the film version of the BPRD headquarters.
There were a couple things on the first Hellboy that I didn't agree with.
Mike hated certain things. He didn't like the romance because it was not true to the canon of the comics.
And I remember I bribed Del Toro to remove one scene from the movie.
Gothic crib, like 10 stories high, rocking softly in the wind. And there was a little baby in the middle. And Mike says, no, That's so stupid.
I couldn't run the risk of Hellboy showing up in a giant crib, so I gave him a few pages from the corpse so that Hellboy wouldn't show up on Earth in a giant crib.
I said, I'll trade it for 4 pages of the corpse. And he gave me 4 pages of the corpse.
It was a party. It was so much fun. Laughed our asses off. I kind of stay away from all of the hype and the marketing and the bullshit. When I did ask Guillermo, is there a good buzz? He says, my friend, let me tell you something. When I optioned Hellboy, there were 6,000 readers. Now, the movie is about to come out, and it's up to 12,000. I said, holy shit. If you double it every 5 years, by Hellboy 7, we're gonna have some following.
Del Toro's Hellboy movie was a big success, and the result was sales of the Hellboy comic got boosted. And this gave Mignola the chance to expand his vision and expand his universe.
When we came off the first Hellboy movie, it was like, well, if there's ever a time that maybe we could see a spin-off book, let's try that.
This was really the launch pad for the Mignolaverse.
Mignolaverse is the comic book universe that includes Hellboy and all of his tie-in characters and spin-off books.
It's his own universe, isn't it? You have the Marvel universe, the DC universe. It's not a Dark Horse universe, it's a Mignolaverse. I don't know who coined that. Mike probably hates it.
He hates it.
Yeah, that's, I don't know, that just sounds weird.
I'm sorry, Mike, but it's caught on. We can't get away from it now.
The Marvel universe, the DC universe, I think with Mignola, it's a whole different kind of storytelling. That's why it doesn't feel like some sort of equivalent. Like, you can't say, like, there are these things and then Hellboy is the third rung down the ladder or something. It's like, it's another building. It's like another thing.
That the characters were strong enough to sustain these spin-offs in multiple directions. It's just a remarkable success story because he wasn't the only person who was trying to do that kind of thing. But he seems to be maybe the only one who really succeeded.
And now the Hellboy universe is the largest creator-owned comic universe that's ever existed. It is so many books.
We're talking about a world with a whole bunch of characters that can all stand on their own and all have their own books, and they all do have their own books. Abe Sapien, Lobster Johnson, all of these characters that he's created.
We've done Rasputin book. We have done The Visitor, which is literally based on the alien that we saw in a couple of pages in Seed of Destruction.
Nothing gets wasted. Mike's very good at picking up the pieces that he's just thrown out there.
I'm always making up stories or chewing over ideas and trying to make them into stories. Oh, here's an idea that we didn't do, so let's do it.
One of my favorite characters to draw, Grogach, the pig guy. He first appeared in The Corpse in the Iron Shoes. By his own admission, Mike's made use of things that he's just touched on in the past. Oh, I can use that here. Yeah, that'll make me look much smarter. And he does. And everybody immediately thinks he's a genius, which, you know, he is clearly.
One of the smartest accidental things I did was have Hellboy appear on Earth in 1944 and then set his first story in 93. So it gave you a big chunk of time where, as I make up stuff, as I think of stuff, all this stuff can happen in there. But eventually, the whole thing became more complicated. It's not a one-man job.
Obviously, expanding a comic book universe means bringing in more collaborators, more writers, more artists.
For the first 10 years, Hellboy was being drawn solely by Mike. And so they started bringing in writers, artists, but he actually gets final say on everything.
One of the challenges that they would have had is that nobody can draw like Mignola.
There are certain things where I go, well, only I could draw that. Maybe I can find an artist who can draw it. The trouble is, it's hard for me to trust other people. So I might have, in the old days, been very fussy about some stuff.
There's kind of a thing in comics where he's kind of considered a curmudgeon.
Some people find him to be like a grouchy old man.
He had a bad reputation for a while.
He does have a temper. You don't create a multiverse without breaking a few eggs.
What is it like working with Mike? I'm not sure I'm allowed to answer that question.
Mike will tell you exactly what he wants. If he doesn't like it, he'll tell you he doesn't like it.
Mike has strong preferences, but I trust his opinions on things, and it makes it a lot easier to dive into anything that he feels should be different.
He'll listen and he'll nod thoughtfully and say, yeah, that's all wrong. It doesn't make it the most relaxing work experience.
It's whatever's important to try to get what's in my head onto the page.
Mike just wants what he wants. And if he knows you can do it, then all the more reason to get it.
I see the way I would draw these characters, not how somebody else would draw the characters.
It's not wrong, but it's not how I want to do it. And it's my book, which he never actually said.
Hellboy was always meant to be my thing that I get to draw. You certainly didn't make up something about a red character with a tail and call it Hellboy because you said, oh, there's my movie idea. And it's funny because I never thought the movie would be made. But suddenly it was like, there's gonna be a Hellboy 2.
Hellboy was successful and very successful on video. And then the studio was the one that came back and said, we want a sequel, can you do one?
We had a lot of fun on Blade. We had fun and were collaborative on the first Hellboy movie. But it was a much different dynamic on the second movie than it was on the first. I lost all the battles I fought on Hellboy 2.
There was pressure on Hellboy 2. We felt like we got to top the first, because usually on the second one, they're a little bit more scrutinizing.
We really quickly ran into the thing of, we can't go back to the comic because the character has been changed so much. I remember him calling me up and saying, Magnus, we're gonna call it Hellboy and the Golden Army. And I went, what the fuck is the Golden Army? Because the original idea was waking up the Angel of Death. He's like, I took out the Angel of Death, and now it's gold robots. It was gonna go where it was gonna go. Del Toro had a vision for what he wanted to do. There was no shaking that. It's kind of like when your kid grows up and moves away, and you no longer have control over their life. So it's this weird little thing that you thought would be your little thing, and at some point you go, it's not really my little thing anymore. There was a defining moment between me and Del Toro where I said, but Hellboy wouldn't do that. And he said, your Hellboy wouldn't, mine would. And it was one of those moments where you have a flash of anger, and then you go, oh, he's absolutely right. In my own stuff, I know the biggest creative successes I had was when I just relaxed and did my crazy shit. I knew Del Toro needed to make that character his. And I knew I had to help him make that character his. If this guy doesn't have room to put his own juice in there, his own ideas, it's not gonna work. And at some point, you have to trust other people with your stuff. So I said, hey, I did it my way. You do it your way.
A hot weekend for Hellboy 2: The Golden Army. The devilish Universal sequel, starring Ron Perlman, battled to the top of the box office.
I was blown away. I was already a huge Guillermo fan. And then once the movie started, I was like, this isn't Hellboy, this is Guillermo's version of Mike's Hellboy.
I thought the Hellboy movies that he made were amazing, especially that second one. The whole sequence where the tree monster dies on the street. It's a terrifying monster that dies so beautifully and so tragically. That, to me, is the essence of Mignola and Hellboy right there.
I love what Guillermo did with the Hellboy universe. I love the beauty and the elegance of some of the demons who are terrifying to look at and yet also really magnificent. There's a majesty to them that I think befits the comic books really, really well. Guillermo's first movie is what got me into the Hellboy comics. And then the moment I discovered there was much more to this world, I dove in and I have been buying every BPRD Hellboy comic I could.
I'd love to think the comic could still be selling if there wasn't movies, but, you know, I'll never know.
Clearly, in a Darwinian sense, the synergy between the comics and the movie allowed Hellboy to survive. Because if you look back at the big titles for Dark Horse back then, none of them stayed for this long.
That's definitely one of the gigantic advantages. It's a great marketing tool for the comic.
If the movie is a neon sign saying, read this, it's a huge advantage for the culture and for people to discover this amazing set of characters that Mike created and I borrowed for a spin. You know, I feel like the parking guy on Ferris Bueller when he gives him the keys and you go,
My God, I mean, to be the recipient of that kind of largesse, that was a complete change in the trajectory of my career. I've been on a roll ever since Hellboy 2 that still hasn't dissipated. It was a game changer.
Getting the chance to play Abe Sapien has been life-changing for me. I owe Mike Mignola and Guillermo del Toro everything for letting that moment happen for me that then helped propel me into my future.
It was a curious time because after Hellboy, I got offered a ton of movies. I got my pick of the litter.
And the Oscar goes to The Shape of Water. Guillermo del Toro and J. Miles Hale producers.
Mark Del Toro did Pacific Rim. I didn't know that.
Sort of rough draft for The Shape of Water. It's like you're watching him working on where The Shape of Water would end up going.
Everyone that is dreaming of using genre fantasy to tell the stories about the things that are real in the world today, you can do it.
I have enormous love for what Mike does and him. I don't think he would go back at collaborating in conceptuals or this or that, but I would love to find something.
I would love it if there was something I could do. We're friends, but we've both been through a lot in our lives, and I think we clearly went in different directions.
I think friendship is not something that works all the time. There's a kinship there, and neither of us is perfect, and I like that.
I'll never be able to be objective about the movies, but I love that people love the movies, and I love a lot about the movies.
Everything we had went into those movies. We left our blood and sweat on the dance floor.
When I think of the movies, I think of the experience of working on the movies. We're all far from home and we're all hanging out at the hotel bar and stuff. It was fantastic.
You know what? No one can take those days away from us.
We had a hell of a good time. It was an adventure. That's the big evolutionary process, is realizing that if you can't control it, you can't control it. But yeah, when I started, when I was working with Duncan Fegredo, I actually drew thumbnails for the first couple issues. And when Duncan took over the book, I sent all those thumbnails to Duncan. But I realized that I was tying his hands. And I never want the artist to feel like a wrist. I don't want to work with guys who are just trying to do me. I want guys to come in and do what they do, as long as they get it right.
My brother and I were really huge Mignola fans. For a long time, we thought he was the only one who could tell those stories. But then when they started doing those BBRD books, different books that could have their own voice and their own look, that made us think that, okay, maybe we won't screw up if we do something on the Mignola verse.
It's my world, but within that, I want people to come in and do what they want to do.
Working with Mike is very freeing because he just provides this kind of support to do things that are crazier than you might otherwise do.
Everybody working on the Mignola verse, they are interested in creating this universe, this experience, this feeling of horror and terror and astonishment.
Now it's a snowball rolling downhill. At some point, it got away from me. I'd love to think I created a world where a lot of people could either add pieces or play with pieces that I put in there.
The expansion of the Mignolaverse means that it becomes a space to foster new talent, allowing new creative voices to be heard.
I was a huge fan of Hellboy and everything Mignola did when I was doing Ape Sapien. Looking at how he sees panels and how he sees pacing was a huge learning experience. Mike is also a consummate professional. Layouts, cool, pencils tight, all that kind of thing. I am not. At one point, the editor had told me, Mike hates how you work, but he loves what you do.
At Rose City Comic Con, I was innocently sitting at my table, and Mike Mignola came over and started praising my work and asked me to work with his team. It was really cool to feel validated by one of my comic book heroes. I do feel really happy to be working on Sarah Jewell in particular, because not only is she this really powerful adventurer lady, but she's also late middle-aged, and we don't see that in comics where there aren't a lot of books about older people.
We're very lucky that we've gotten to work with so many great people, writers, artists, colorists, letterers, cover artists, all of the editors, the designers, the digital art technicians. It's a lot. It's a really, really big team over the years.
It makes it pop.
I feel like I built the Hellboy machine. I don't need to keep feeding it or being the main guy. I'm trying to hand over as much of it to other people as possible.
Mike's established a place in the industry where the young creators look up to him, and I think he enjoys helping young artists. I think he likes being a mentor. He's open to passing whatever he can on to them.
We were at an original art show. There were a lot of people there to see him. And Mike did a master class on composition to this guy who asked him, you know what, I want to do this cover of so-and-so. How would you approach it? And he sat with him for like 15, 20 minutes.
He just...
Disconnected. Oh no.
I was just starting Steven. I was on the pilot. I wanted to come get his advice about mythology, so I pitched him the idea of Steven. I asked him, is there any sort of ancient goddess, anything that could have to do with some of these themes that I'm trying to work into the show? He pulled out a book, and